All right, folks. You know what it is? It's Friday Night Fights. It says so above me. That's the show. The concept is that people play chess against each other at a slow time control over the internet of a Friday night or some other time if they're in a different time zone than me. And then, we talk about their games while they're playing. For those who play, they focus on their games while they're playing, and then they go back later and see what the rest of us might have said about their games, and it provides a kind of feedback for those who are interested. Nobody's forced to go back and look, but I think many people do. They go back and see, okay, what did they say about my game? What were people saying? And I have found that lately I've been focusing on one game at a time as a viewer as well, like when watching and commenting on the event. So we'll see. I mean, I'm open to jumping around. I go into it always with an open mind, and then, if you find like a really riveting game, then basically you're stuck to it and you stick to it. So we've got two sections based approximately on chess.com rapid ratings, over or under 1600. You can find them over here. For anyone on YouTube, you can find them through the ChessDojo Club on chess.com. The link for that is like so. And for those of you over on Twitch, it should be even easier if you hit !fight. That should give you direct links to both sections. Greetings, Alex J. Gustafsson. Good to have you here. I've watched you fight many times now and enjoyed it. Hopefully you have enjoyed it as well. Let me see how the 1600 section is doing. 1600 plus section needs more players. So anyone out there who wants to play, who's over 1600 or hesitating on it, be sure to join in the next 7 minutes so that the 1600 plus section doesn't get canceled by chess.com. In general, you can drop in and play at whatever time is convenient for you. However, we just have a minimum number. We need 4 people at the tournament kickoff time, or chess.com cancels the section. We have that already in the under 1600, but not in the over 1600 at the moment. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Je peux t'aider avec?
You like it?
Ah oui. En particulier ce casque, c'est super cool. Ouais. Qu'est-ce que t'as trouvé un truc? Ah oui. Bien vu. Hey, Troy Chess. I'm super pumped about the 960 qualifiers this week. And I will not actually be playing in them myself because I will be commenting them on chess.com. And I would love to play and love to comment. And ultimately, I think I have more to contribute to the chess world as a commenter than as a player. So, of course, I could always just do whatever I find more fun. But I think that, we've got a really big opportunity this year with the Freestyle Chess Tour. And so I want to do anything I can to, push and support and help Chess 960 to take on at the, Super Grandmaster spectator level. I'm not a proselytizer that players rated 1300 need to stop playing chess and play Chess 960. I think Chess 960 or Fischer Random Chess is basically for people who have tired of normal chess / opening theory. So you could be a weaker player who just hates studying openings, or you could be a stronger player who's gotten so good that normal chess has become very drawish and less exciting. And then again, it makes sense to move on when that time comes. And I think that it's going to make for more compelling shows as well from a spectator perspective. We'll find out if that's true or not. But my thinking is that it'll be more exciting than some events like the Sinkfield Cup, which I think are no longer very compelling to many spectators. I think they've lost their excitement and interest. Howdy, Cross. The 960 event is roughly from 8 a.m. to noon, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Monday is an open, is like a Swiss section for any titled player plus any non-titled player who qualified over the weekend. They've got open qualifiers on Saturday and Sunday for non-titled players. If you finish near the top of those, then you get to play with the titled players on Monday. And then the top 4 from Monday's tournament go into a knockout bracket with a bunch of super GMs. So there are 12 super GMs seeded into a knockout system that we're going to see on Tuesday and Wednesday. And the players, to give you a quick preview of like the level of that knockout on Tuesday and Wednesday, the players are like Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wei Yi. That's about where you want to think in terms of the level. So it's going to be really super level. We recorded an episode about that today, Troy Chess. It'll be published soon as a Dojo Talk with a special guest. So there were 4 of us on the show. It should be out within 40 hours, maybe 20 hours. I wanted to focus on other things like, Merzin's performance and Danya Naroditsky's performance and the change in the format of the World Blitz and Rapid. But we started off talking about the Magnus Jan thing, and we never got to the end of it. So we're going to have to record another episode about everything else from the World Blitz and Rapid. And unfortunately, we gave a lot of attention to, it's like in school and in parenting and everything, right? Bad behavior gets you more attention, isn't it? Kind of. So, Hans Niemann gets talked about more than any other player in the world of his rating, right? And same for Magnus, although he's the only person of his rating. Oui?
I need help looking for the banana.
La banane t'échappe jusque-là. By the way, anyone in 1600 plus, my sense is you got to join now or there won't be a 1600 plus tournament. Under 1600, I think you guys are good. I could double check that, make sure that hasn't been flight from that section. Under 1600 is fine. As long as the 4 of you stick it out, you'll have a tournament and then more people can join you later. But 1600 plus, you guys have like 2 minutes to get in there or it's going to be canceled.
That
1600 plus arena. Oh, there they are. They all popped in.
means nobody can do it anymore?
Non, plus de personnes peuvent se joindre, mais c'est déjà assez qu'il va y avoir un tournoi. Donc c'est bien. Super. So it looks like both sections will hold, and anyone who wants to play can also join a little bit later and pop in then as well. I should try to find this banana in this hidden picture here. Bravo. Son cummerbund. Wow. I'm also hyped about Weikanze Troy. It's a tournament I generally like. I'm pumped to see Gukesh, Noderbek, Arjun. Yeah, great players there for sure. It's up to you, Mike Elwold, to make that judgment yourself, if you feel like those games count, if you feel like you spent enough time and effort on the game. In the end, it's a judgment call. Like everything that we put in the training program is our recommendation of like what's best, right? It's you can see it as guidelines. And then you try to match those things the best that you can with your life, Whether you end up playing online or OTB or with a delay or an increment or whatever it might be, I agree with you that you should probably definitely keep score. That makes you take things more seriously and it allows you to study the game later, which is a fairly critical component of our of our training program. Hi, Anonymous Comic. Welcome in. All right, the tournaments are starting in 8 seconds. So those of you in the tournaments, prepare to go into that, focused state where you really pay attention to what you're doing. And good luck and have fun, of course, as well.
Daddy,
Oui, chérie?
you finished?
Non, je commence juste. Hi, Yvonne. Welcome. The battles are starting here. We've got a French defense from Where is the Bread? You guys are going to see a lot of French defense after that World Championship match between Ding and Gukesh. But actually, we've been seeing more French defense leading up to that World Championship match. Honestly, it was already coming. It was already coming. T'as une question pour moi? Non? Ok, très bien. Enfant 1 et enfant 2, c'est à peu près l'heure de se coucher.
Non.
Tu veux jouer un tout petit peu plus là avec ton livre? Ok. Mais tu sais que c'est déjà 8 heures, donc bientôt. Et bébé 1 qui ne répond pas, tu m'entends? Et après, tu vas te coucher ce soir? Cross online, as long as there are more 960 events, the dojo, or at least myself, will be trying to cover them more. Yeah. What do we have here? Did white sack a pawn somehow? It looks like it. Let's see. Bishop d7, bishop d3 takes, and white just castled. Nice. Black takes, white takes, a6, rook e1. And black hasn't played this queen b6 move, but it's the same feeling as Jesse's easy system. Same structure, basically. Troy, we're in the middle of shuffling things around in our house, trying to give the parents' bedroom to one of my kids. So I don't have anywhere to stream. I just move my computer around to different corners of the house right now. And I'm not even like that alone here. You can see we got thing 2 over there coloring in a book.
Not thing. Not a thing, Dad.
Alex, after fighting so many games, is it fun to just chill out and watch occasionally? I know it's fun to play, but when I was just starting out, I was so thirsty to play, but I hit a certain point in my life where occasionally going to a tournament and watching was suddenly a kind of like relaxation. It was still the atmosphere I loved, the people I loved, chess buzzing in the air, pieces getting moved, but there was a kind of like, I can just look at it in a sort of more relaxed way when my clock isn't ticking. Interesting move, by the way, from Wandering Puppet, a national master playing white here. Bishop to g5. Basically saying, are you going to play f6 and blow up your spot while your king is still in the spot, right? Or are you going to play knight e7 and lose control of the dark squares on the king side and not be able to chase white out very easily? Because now once black castles, let me just put a random move on the board. Rook c1. Let's say black castles. You can already play a move like bishop f6 in such positions. Because by occupying the f6 square, and I'm not saying this move is good or wins, it's just you can already consider it. It might be good. It probably wins or loses. It's unlikely that it's just okay. But it's plausible enough you can look at it. What it does is it freezes the f-pawn, which keeps any black pieces from transferring to the king side pretty much. So bishop g5, it's kind of a big deal. It's a big... And yeah, black pretty much had to play knight e7, by the way. F6, pawn takes. This was not really going to be very realistic. At minimum, white has knight takes d5. And black's position's pretty not good. Maybe not 100% lost, but pretty bad. So black goes knight e7, and white played something quickly here still. Oh, rook c1, my random instinct move. And now it's on black to decide, can I castle or not? Big question. I mean, if they don't get to castle, it's also going to be hard to say, how do I improve my position without castling? Also, in addition to castles bishop f6, the rook's hitting this bishop. So for all black knows, white would play like knight d5 or something even there. You know, so a lot of questions for black to answer here after rook c1, and I would expect a long think on this move here from where is the bread, which will give me a chance to answer some questions from chat as well. So we've got Yvonne saying, I've seen that a lot of 2,000 plus rated players of the dojo play a lot of long games and they don't increase their elo, even working a lot on analyzing their games. Why do you think that happened? Once they're over 2,000. Okay, I see what you mean, Yvonne. Yeah, so basically, Yvonne, when you're over 2,000, it's harder and harder to improve. I mean, same thing with, over 1,000 or over 1,500. As somebody improves, it becomes harder and harder to improve. So if you're looking at somebody rated 800 and you ask them what would they have to do to get to 900, it's something like 3 months of work. It's pretty doable for, 90% of people or something like that, right? But if you're talking people over 2,000 FIDE, a lot of them have already put in, years and years of hard training and study, and they've reached something of a plateau. And for them, it might be a life goal to go up 100 points. That might be something that they're going to achieve in 3 to 5 years. So I think that would be the basic answer to your question. The higher you are, the harder it is to make any more progress. Hi, Icy. Welcome. How you doing, Cartier? And congrats on your daughter getting into it. That's awesome for you, Alex. Neither of my kids wants to go to tournaments with me yet. So, oui. Tournaments sont les compétitions d'échecs.
You mean I can come?
Oui, si tu veux.
So where'd you do it?
Il y en a à Berkeley, il y en a partout. Il y en a à Paris. Il y en a à San Francisco.
The only one I knew it was when we were in France.
Mm-hmm.
And you teach, then I came.
Ouais, t'es venu au club d'échecs en France plusieurs fois.
Next time?
Oui, si tu veux. Tu vas aller au club ici à Berkeley?
Maybe.
Si tu veux, c'est très près de ton école. Okay, so Alex suggests maybe moving the queen, targeting this pawn, and then also being able to play knight g6. So fight in the center by getting the queen out of this lineup. That makes sense for sure. Oh, and it looks like I was slightly wrong. Where's the bread? Played this move d4. Let's see. Play this move d4. You see? Play this move d4 in about 2 minutes. And, yeah, very surprising because whereas the bread often thinks for 20 minutes in normal openings, in this position looked particularly intense. This game here, Shelton, was a French acrobatic. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's incredibly massive. Do you mean blitz or rapid, by the way? You seem so excited. You don't play rapid there. Okay. Nice. I was really excited when I hit 2,500, and I've done it twice in my life, I think. Very excited each time. So, bravo. This bishop tries dodging around. I mean, if white played a3, can you even take this? Knight d6? I guess you just put your king on f8. Be glad that you've got an exchange. Also, if white plays knight d6, check immediately, would you lose a piece? Yes. Hecratic's 2,500. He'll calculate that for us. Hecratic, after knight d6, check, bishop takes d6, pawn d6. Would black lose a piece? Use your newfound strength and give us an answer. I'll put you on the spot, so to speak. Black be losing a piece there. Can white just sink this knight with impunity? Yeah, f6 would be the move I would calculate as well. And knight d6, bishop d6, pawn d6, f6 doesn't save the knight because pawn takes knight, hits the queen. No time to take the bishop. So it looks pretty cut and dried that knight d6, bishop d6 would lose a piece. That means knight d6, black would play king f8. And then the game would go on, so to speak, but white's doing pretty well there. Icy has an even more savage question for us. Icy says, could white just have played knight d5 in response to d4? The point is, you know, well, I mean, part of the point is just to stick your knight on d5 and laugh, right? But, okay, there's two variations of Kraai that Icy has in mind. Pawn takes knight, rook takes bishop, with pretty clearly a good position for white. Because black's extra pawn has become this mess here. Black lost the dark squared bishop, which is covering their most weak squares, the dark squares. And, you know, the position is just opening up for white's development versus black's. Do you see the difference between white's army and black's? Just piece activity. Right? So that looks pretty good for white. The other option he thought was maybe save the bishop like this. And then white could play rook takes c6. With the idea of taking on e7. This option's a little more complicated, I would say, because there's some chance the knight doesn't escape. Right? Let's see, like takes. I don't even know which way I should do it. Maybe with the bishop. Knight e7 takes. Queen takes here. So now, yeah, white has two beautiful minor pieces against a very poorly placed rook, but the piece is sort of trapped. Maybe we just fight our way out while black's pieces are lame, right? Like bishop here, hitting this. Looks like Icy and Acratic both see good moves for white here other than this. So here's like a first thought from me. The idea is if rook b8, my knight comes out on c6, hitting these pieces. And if something like h6 or f6 or whatever, right? I don't know what black might try. Say this. Then we'll play bishop takes b7, threatening to take the rook and the queen. And black should probably collapse. And probably the moves that they found were good too. So probably this is just dying for black. Probably it's just basically dead for black, this idea knight d5. You know. Nice. It's a good instinct to have, at least Acratic, that when you get into a situation like this, where your opponent's trying to win this piece, that often you want to react forcefully, or at least start by looking at some forceful moves, because you may be worried. Sometimes people will think, I'm up material, so I'm trying to consolidate, right? I want to slow things down and keep my material, just get my knight out somehow. But just get my knight out somehow is not really a plan. What you want to remember is the rook's on h8 and a8, right? So maybe we just win with direct threatening moves, right? So yeah, exactly. Moves like this, bishop a6. Another move that could be very painful, potentially. I'm not sure exactly what happens after rook b8 in this line, but probably something good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, another move that could sometimes work would be bishop h4, just getting out of the way of h6 and f6 and saying, you can't castle. So how do you fight against this? Anyway, a little tactical skirmish that probably is good for white. Very, very high level, folks, because unfortunately, or fortunately, we have some very high level folks asking questions in chat. But I guess it's appropriate because we're watching a game of Wandering Puppet, who is also a titled player. So we're getting some high level suggestion of knight d5. In the game, we get knight e4, bishop b4, knight d6 check, king f8. So far, both of our contestants in this first game are playing rather quickly, right? They started with an hour and 30. Where's the Bread has an hour and 32. Normally the slowest player we've got. Wandering Puppet also with almost the full hour and 30 left. So they're playing very quickly so far. And we'll see what that means. All right, so white's trying to maintain the piece tying black up. H6, trying to get rid of it. Rook H4, maintaining the bishop because of rook takes H8, king G8. And this is the kind of position where I would again be considering very strongly moves like bishop F6. Knight takes D4 might work as well. It's sort of an offshoot of Jesse's easy system against the French. It's an advanced French where white doesn't recapture on d4. When black plays, c5, knight c6, and cd4, white just leaves the pawn on d4, continues developing. Then when black takes on c3, you take back with the knight. Exactly, like a modern take on the Milner-Berry. Okay, there's a simple move bishop f4 here. There's also probably a playable move a3. Bishop f6 is interesting to me, and knight d4 is interesting. Any move of the knight will probably prevent pawn takes bishop because of rook h8, king h8, queen h5 check as an attacking theme. Does that make sense, folks? Like if I played knight e1, for example, this is probably going to be unhealthy for black. As the queen comes in, your solution is don't take on d4. But basically, if white can play the advanced French and you're not allowed to take on d4, then you're not undermining the center, right? The basic strategy for black is that you have to undermine white's center. Okay, you want to go f6, attack the center from the other direction, from the front instead of the base, right? It's kind of counter to the most ancient and classic, I guess Nimzovich should be classic now. Ancient would be pre-1900 maybe. Classic chess theory, which says BB1, t'es pas au lit. Which says you attack the pawn at the base of the chain. Aragaisi has played this line with f6. I've played it myself as well, Kraai. It's interesting. Okay, current position, white played rook h5? What? I gotta say, that move's a surprise to me. What was the point of rook h5? Hey, good eye, Lauren. The point of rook h5? Oh, it's that black already can't take the bishop because of knight f7. We don't need anything fancy. We've got knight f7. For example, in the game position. Boom. Boom. I wanted to set up queen h5 and a checkmating attack, but this will do. This will be fine. Thank you. I was happy to get my haircut because I actually did not like the haircut I got last June. And I've been suffering with it for 6 months. Obviously suffering quite mildly since I don't care that much. But right, so the idea could be if they trade on d6. Qu'est-ce qui te prend? Est-ce que c'est dans le... Je sais pas, parce que bébé 3 pleurait. Elle est allée la conforter peut-être. Bébé pleure parfois, les parents courent pour les aider. Tu peux aller éteindre les lumières dans ta chambre, s'il te plaît. Bonne nuit, je t'aime. Okay, so Acratic says the idea could be takes, here, and now maybe this move. Instead of just trading, which is not necessarily amazing for white, it's a fancy operation, you didn't lose a piece, but your position doesn't look that good, to go knight takes g5, exclam here, threatening queen h5, threatening knight f7, and of course, you could also recover your piece here and not be down a piece. That looks quite good. So black played queen b6. White retreats the knight. Interesting. Oof. That piece goes somewhere bad. Holy moly. So here, if the knight takes, there's this winning a piece. And in fact, on this move here, white could have simply won a piece like this, right? Very simple. But they traded on a5 in 11 seconds. I think they forgot it was classical chess today. Trade. Knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, knight g5. And we've just got a free killer attack coming. Materials equal here. Bishop e8, check. Yeah, you can just play direct moves here, and then bishop g8, bishop h7, winning the knight on g8, or knight h7, king here, queen takes g7, chasing him, or rook c7, followed by knight h7, mate. Almost impossible to stop, see? You just take away retreat squares. It's pretty dunzo. White played rook c7 without any preliminary check. Okay, just attacking the knight and cutting off the king in advance. If the king defends the knight, then this is immediate checkmate. Very precise of white, honestly. And if the knight moves, then I guess you trade it and deliver mate. So, Lauren asking, how did white get such a dominant position? How can masters get positions so easily? Well, in this case, you can see the master spent 6 more minutes working on the position than the opponent. So that was not necessarily so easily. The opponent was playing as if it might be easy, maybe. But g6 played here. And now it's mate in 2. But white played a very, very challenging line. So that's part of it. White played a very, very challenging, very, very controversial variation here in the opening that makes the game more difficult to play. And that means that black has to play really good, precise moves really early in the game. The stakes are raised. And that's how you can get a bigger advantage faster in the game. Or one way is by making the game more complicated and controversial more quickly. And if your opponent responds by playing quickly, then you're really set. For those of you who are watching the World Championship match, you'll see that every time Ding found himself confronted with some kind of tricky situation early in the game, he was willing to invest gobs of time, right? Just gobs of time to navigate the opening phase because he was unwilling to fall into a bad position. And people criticized Ding a lot for the time usage, but I mean, basically only once did he get a real opening disadvantage thanks to the time he used. The French can certainly be played by black if they want to. French is perfectly fine for black. But exactly what black should do, that I don't know. I might not play a6, nor bishop c5, honestly. I might start with something like knight e7, looking for knight g6. Or even sometimes knight c8 and bishop e7. I'm thinking e7 is going to be the best square for my bishops, so maybe I'll develop the knight first and then put the bishop here. I don't love the idea of bringing the bishop out to c5 because that's sort of an active but loose square, whereas the rest of my pieces are not active, so I'm not really playing to attack white on f2 or create tactical chances as black. I'm more looking to, remain solid, maybe put some pressure on e5 so white's pieces don't have a free hand. Okay, Novest for the jury says that this was prep to go bishop c5. So maybe these are great moves for some other reason. I mean, I don't like queen b6 here as an alternative to knight e7. Even if you could start calculating knight a4, bishop f2 and say, oh, it's messy, and spend a bunch of time thinking about it. But if white just plays queen d2, defending f2 and b2 without blocking in the queenside pieces, then queen b6 looks kind of dumb. Right now you're just worrying about knight a4 next move. So I think queen b6 is dumb. Okay, Icy says simply bishop a7 here would have been safe. Oh yeah, none of us saw it. Don't be embarrassed. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not pumped about this over here, but it's not like white's immediately crushing either. What might white do with themselves here? I mean, here's my instinct is to go h4. I'm going to drive it as far as I can. At some point, you're going to play h6, and I will just do this like a madman. And yeah, just say that black's stuck. That they need this piece on the king side to defend the dark squares. And to those curious about I'm hanging a piece, the basic premise is to do something like this, which may or may not work, but that was my idea. Sort of down a piece here. Yeah, I don't think I can quite do it. That's what I wanted to do. But you can't always do what you want. That's so lame not to be able to go to f6. Well, it's just like a Kraai, I really, there's a part of me that tries to insist on doing what I want to do, you know? From the moment I think my position's good. I don't try and do that if I think the opponent's played all best moves, but when this move here strikes me as funny and they spent time with a6, then I turn on the sacrificial mode. Yeah, I can play bishop f4 and just sit on the position, but it's not what I dreamed about. If that's what I was going to do, I would just play queen d2 first. Right? Because now, if h6, bishop f4, they can't castle because I'm already set up to sack, and I don't necessarily need to play h4 in this position. All right, let's check out some other live game. That was definitely brutal. This d4 move, definitely everybody was against it. But I'm suspicious of the prep, which was a6, bishop c5. That said, nowadays when you hear the word prep, you assume a computer was involved, which means you assume that I'm wrong and the prep was right. But I can't explain the reasons why black would play a6 and bishop c5, and black themselves was in chat saying they were wondering what the point of a6 was. So they can't explain the prep themselves. We won't be able to say why this would be right or how black should justify it, because there's literally nobody here who could tell us the point in words, in word ideas. So let's go to our under 1600 tournament and pull up another board. So check out Constructor. Uh-oh, that queen is wandering. What happened? Alex Plays wants to know the best chess book for puzzles and tactics. That depends on how strong you are, Alex Plays. There is a whole list of dojo book recommendations. Which I can try to send you here. Here's a long list of book recommendations, and depending on your strength and interest, you might be able to find a good recommendation in there. Yeah, it looks like black did not secure these knights in the opening here, and so white's able to start just kicking them around here and get immediately a pretty good position for white. And when black fights back, they should have probably taken by pawn here versus trying to bring the queen out. I want to be very gentle about this, no best for the jury, but what Akradic's saying about the attitude is actually sort of true. Like, when you play a strong player, you have to believe that you can beat them and that it matters what you do. You just have to believe it. And when I sat down across from the strongest players that I've sat down across from, who were, maybe about 300 points higher than me, I believed I could beat them. So for what it's worth, the higher rated player is often kind of scared of you and the fact that it might be embarrassing for them to get crushed by you until they see that you're scared of them. And then they say, okay, this guy's going to lose the game without me having to do anything special because he's scared of me, or he's not trying to beat me, or something like that, right? Oh, I see what you're talking about. The knowing an opening versus prepping or not prepping. Yeah, it's a mixed bag of advice you're getting there. Sorry about that. It's fine to prep your openings if you want to. It's also fine not to. Either's actually okay. I would give you absolution for either approach. The last thing that a higher rated player wants is for you to sack material against them. Icy, Acratic, and I can all confirm that for you immediately here without even a tenth of a second of thought. The last thing we want is for you to come gunning for us as if you're going to kill us. We don't want you sacking or playing aggressive moves. We want you to play careful, scared moves and slowly get into a worse and worse position. Like, at least 9 out of 10 titled players, that would be their preference against a lower rated player. Exactly. Acratic wants you to go down without a fight. Which means Acratic doesn't want you to make any motions towards a fight. He doesn't want there to be a fight in the game. And I can tell you, I've seen so many people play so much worse against me than they do against other people. It's like palpable and obvious, you know? Like, I have lots of... Because I spent a lot of time hanging out in a real chess club, you know? Watching 1600s play each other, and then I play a game with them, and they play so much worse than against the other 1600s. You know, anytime there's something controversial, they think, oh, you know, he's probably figured that out. I'll avoid it, etc. Yeah, dejected from a previous game against them. Yeah, and that's, you know, an effect that title players will have on people. You know, they'll smoke them, and not only will they smoke them, but they'll do it in a way that's like meant to be a little bit dispiriting, so that the next time you play me, you'll play even worse. You know, we just want it to be easier and easier every time. Yeah, there's like, they're consciously or subconsciously, but they're actively trying to deject you. So if you are dejected, that is the effect that was being aimed for. We've got an interesting question from Neetham Thane over on the YouTube side of this, saying, how can you improve your consistency in chess? I have some weeks where I play at least 100 points below or above my average rating. So let's say somebody is 1,000, they could play at either 900 level one week and 1,100 the next week. In my case, I was rated about 2,400 when I was playing frequently. And my performances varied between 2,300 and 2,600, or maybe even 2,250 and 2,600. So yeah, there are people with a great inconsistency or great variation in how they perform. The first thing you would need to map out, for anyone out there who's inconsistent, the first thing you would need to map out is, why are you inconsistent? You can't do something to improve your consistency, really, unless you know the source of your inconsistency. Pretty logical, right? And what I mean by that is, you have to figure out what's going on in the weeks where I play 100 points stronger. What's going on in the weeks where I play 100 points weaker? That's a big effect, so there's got to be something. So you have to hunt it down and figure out what it is. And how to improve your consistency is going to depend on what that thing is. It could be related to a varying diet or a varying sleep schedule or different types of tournaments or playing in the morning versus playing in the evening or different time controls or different, things in your, different other things in your life going on, like when you're seeing your parents or when you're seeing your friends or when you're seeing your partner or when you're spending, when your work is more or less, etc. So you have to figure out what the pattern is. And then one could talk about how to improve your consistency in chess. Without knowing the pattern, guesswork. Just guesswork. All right, so what's happening in this position? It looks like black is getting this queen pummeled around, and she will either be trapped in a moment or black will succumb to knight c7. But let's just talk for a moment about the critical moment where black played queen b4 check, and white thought for a long time. By these standards here, they're playing a 45-minute game plus the increment, and white thought for 8 minutes here between the safe move queen d2 defending your b pawn, but also safe / letting black off the hook because you're trading the queen that's wandering, versus knight c3, sacking a pawn but saying, I intend to refute you, right? You are wrong to move your queen once, twice, take the pawn. You're going to be in bad shape. What do folks think about white's decision to go knight c3? Would you all have gone knight c3 or queen d2 or something else? Yes, Neetham. I have very, very consistent off-the-board patterns during a tournament when I'm trying to do well in the tournament. That includes sleeping really well, making sure that I finish my meals at least an hour before my games so that I'm never sluggish during the game because my body's more focused on digesting than providing brain power. It involves exercising every day, but lightly, not to the point of exhaustion. 30 minutes of very gentle or fairly gentle 30 minutes of exercise every day. But it also depends on the tournament schedule, time control, etc. Can change it. Snack I bring to the game. Some, if possible, some nuts without salt or sugar or anything, just some nuts. And a couple squares of chocolate in case of like a desperate need. If I need like a real kick in my brain's butt, so to speak. I've never drunk coffee consistently. I've had 1.5 cups in my entire life. So for me, chocolate packs a heavy, heavy punch. Just a little bit of chocolate is perhaps like what a double espresso might be to you or someone else who has that as part of their normal day-to-day. Right. The thing is, queen d2 is not like bad either in the sense that Kraai says after queen d2 we get another free development tempo, right? But if you really want to clobber the opponent, I think knight c3 makes sense because it looks like that queen's going to need even more moves. Like she's just a consistent problem for black here. And by leaving queens on the board, the value of a tempo is greater and we can try and do something more violent towards black. I would definitely have gone for knight c3. or it would be the first move I would look at, assuming that if black plays queen b2 and I go knight b5, they can't make up for all these queen moves. The only move I was really considering for black here while we were watching the game was knight d5, defending c7 and trying to get in this move bishop to b4 check. But after pawn takes knight, bishop b4 check, white has just enough pieces to go bishop d2 and stay ahead a piece. Also, this knight is attacked and knight c7 is threatened. So I didn't really see any move that black's supposed to play here after knight b5. Looked like they'd be pretty dead. So I like knight c3 myself. Absolutely, Neetham. When you're younger, you can get away with more. You can play blitz all night and then show up at the board and play moderately close to normal chess, right? Or you could eat junk food and then play well. The older you get, the bigger difference I think you're going to find in whether you're doing all the what you call rituals that are best for your performance, and that will show up in any significant mental work. I agree. And chess is one way to measure it, but yeah, it'll show up in anything you try to do. So yeah, you got to figure out which ones are good for you. Definitely. Viral Sigma saying that knight d2 also looked good for white. Knight d2. With the idea of queen b2, your knight's not hanging, so you can play another tempo move. Black can take here, and then you can just develop all the pieces. This should be good for white as well, most likely, because the queen is kind of stupid. But it's not going to be... You're not dictating the pace of the game as immediately. There's a little more room for black to maybe recover or mix things up a little bit. Yeah. On Matrix Free, I am trying to get my FIDE rating back to 2350 in terms of rating goals, but it's not a very important goal for me. I do have it, so I'm giving you the technical answer to your question, but it's not one of my main aspirations or goals in chess to do anything to do with my rating. Really, I enjoy playing. My main goal is to play a tournament every year and enjoy it. Yeah, Viral Stigma, maybe if you play d5 quickly, then your knight d2 could make a lot of sense. Maybe even d5 without developing the bishop here. You just try to explode things now, saying, hey, I've got a million pieces out. You know, you could take this with the knight or the queen, then bishop c4 with tempo, queen keeps moving around like an idiot. Now that we put this on the board, Stigma's idea looks pretty strong as well. Like, it's just hard to imagine black's ever in this game. Maybe rook b5 last move would have trapped the queen better than castling. I don't know. I guess she could go to g6. It looks good. It looks good, sure. I think the knight b5 is just more immediately controlling the direction of the game. And let's see, like, in the live position, has black lost or not, right? I mean, bishop d2, queen back to b2. Look at white. They see knight c7 and they're thinking. Bravo. Bravo. Because there's other options here for white, right? Knight c7 is winning. You could blitz it out in 5 seconds, but it's a classical game. Why not spend a few minutes enjoying your position? So Matrix Free, I really just enjoy getting to play a slow tempo game when I have some energy and I can try and play relatively well. You know, by my current standards. You know, like what Neetham was talking about. If I have a chance to sleep and eat well and have some time and energy to put into the game and then play a real slow game and then think about it afterwards, it's just a real joy. And that's kind of the beginning and the end of my main aspirations. All right, so white could try to trap the queen. White played knight c7 after some thought. White could try to trap the queen. That's the other juicy bit here. And Happy New Year to you, Dabo. And so bishop c3 would have done it. There was also rook b1, which is less immediately trapping because the queen can go here. But after rook a1, she doesn't have anywhere else to go but here, and you can still catch her. Equally good, because having the open file is as good as having the isolated rook pawn. I don't have a clear plan, Icy, but there is a tournament here in Berkeley in 2 weeks that is very tempting me. It's so close to here. And I think I might play it like an old man, so to speak. I think I might take 2 buys and just play some games, but not really play the whole tournament. Because I'm back in the US and the tournaments are, 2 games or more a day. And the schedule is 1 game Friday, 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday, 2 games Monday. And I'm thinking maybe play 1 game Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then 2 games on Monday. So at the very last day, see if I can play 2 games in a row. That's kind of what I'm thinking to maybe do. But I don't know. Like, on the one hand, it's the tournament with the least commute possible for me. On the other hand, it won't be a very strong tournament. So I have to really pick when am I going to spend time away from my family. And there's a certain part of me that's like, if I'm going to play a tournament and spend time away from my family, I might as well play a 9-round tournament with a bunch of GMs for 10 days in Spain or something like that, right? If I play this Berkeley tournament, maybe the games won't be that entertaining if the opponents aren't strong enough. Happy New Year to you, Neetham. Is knight d4 possible for black or just crazy? Well, black's basically down a rook, so I think I'm going to switch to another game. Knight takes d4 with this open file, huh? Let's say white takes it, and if you take back, goes here, check. Yeah, I think that would be a confirmed suicide. All right, but it's kind of like those suicides that are legal in some countries like Switzerland, maybe, Acratic. Like, you're down a rook and your king's on the d file, so maybe black said, I'm terminal. It's not like black's spoiling a win here by playing knight takes d4. Neetham, that depends. Do I have kids or before I had kids? It's a very interesting question. I'm going to fish for another game real quick here. Oh, beautiful. Good fishing. We've got an absolutely riveting endgame kicking off here between Matt Rosen and SS Galiffa. So now when I go to a tournament, Neetham, I allocate just the bare amount of time to travel and be rested for the tournament. There's no use like taking a red eye and then playing at 7 a.m. because then it's not even worth playing. So I wouldn't do something like that now. But basically I would, within reason, take the trip that's the closest to the tournament time, just play the tournament, and don't do any enjoying of the locale. Chess is so rare for me that I would enjoy it more than I would enjoy the locale. So I don't allocate any time for that. Rook c7 is a great move. Let's look at this position for a second. So the material's equal when we get here. Black's bishop is a little bit odd. It's applying some pressure, but it's also a little bit cut off and alone and might need to think about how it wants to extricate. The main thing that's really nice for white, each player has 3 pawn islands, by the way. So it's not like a big deal that this pawn is isolated or something. These pawns are split from these pawns and these. It's 3 islands and 3 islands. Structure-wise, it's not a huge difference. But what's really nice is that white's got the one fully open file and a rook on the 7th. So we're going to see that one of these pawns is going to be a goner in a moment. And you could say, oh, look at that weak A pawn, rook A7, cleaning it up. But if black had doubled rooks on the B file, it would be white's A pawn that might be under fire, or white's G pawn, right, through a check. So it's really about the activity of the rooks that should make white have an advantage of about 1.5 to 2 pawns. So I think this position is actually decisively winning for white with equal material, because I would value the position of white's rooks as being more than 1 pawn better than black's. White's bishop is a little bit better placed than black's bishop as well, and white's king is a little bit better placed than black's king. So I have a Kraai spent enough time with computers. I mean, very little compared to some people, but enough time with computers, going over like my analysis and study positions and stuff like that, that I am quite calibrated to computer evaluations from about 10 to 15 years ago. Nowadays, you might give this position to a computer and it might say plus 4.7 or something like that because it's looking 40 moves ahead. But that's how my brain now works. It's just kind of etched into my brain. I think of the rook on the 7th is worth about 1 pawn. That's about a 1 pawn advantage. And then this one is going to be, maybe 0.4 better than black's rook. And this bishop about 0.2 better than this one, and this king about 0.2 better than this, and you add it all up, and it's like 1.8, 1.9, something like that. It's a really big advantage for white. And I think that you're winning around 1.2 or so. 1.2, 1.25. This is whatever. Fritz 8 evaluations from 15 years ago or something like that. But that's how my brain now works, and everyone has to figure out their own thing, has to figure out their own system and then, keep it consistent, right? Like $1990, right? Or $2005 or whatever. You pick, you're not wrong to pick a different currency than me or a different year, but you have to pick something and then sort of consistently understand everything around it, I think. I do, Neetham. I recorded a podcast on the subject today, so that'll be out in the next day or so. You don't have a system for evaluating, you just try to play good moves. Yeah. So this pawn gets attacked, but perhaps even more than that, white might have a bigger threat to go rook b to b7. So as far as black can't move, kind of, then. Looks better or looks worse. But a Kraai, aren't there don't you have decisions that you make that depend on whether or not your position's better or worse, or by how much it's better? Yeah, easier, harder to win, or enough to win. Yeah. So you have some thoughts on that scale, right? Because we all, at various different levels of, skill and experience, we all have a sense of when do you look for a tactic, right? When do you think a position is good enough that you start calculating versus just putting pieces on good squares, right? Or when you start calculating and you see a position where you're up a pawn, do you decide that's good enough or not, right? Imagine you were in that last game, that French defense game we were watching that was a disaster for black when white was looking at rook c7, creating checkmate, right? If in that position you calculated a variation that left you with 2 extra pawns as white, would you have gone for it or would you have looked for a checkmate, right? So we all have some kinds of internal barometers, right, that are always letting us know about what we should be expecting from our position. And sometimes you'll see really strong players get into time trouble and then blunder and lose a position where they're plus 1 to 1.5. And the reason is they thought they were plus 2. And so they were calculating variation after variation that was like plus 1.2, plus 1.4, something like that. Right? And they kept thinking, I have something better. I have something better. And then they get themselves into time pressure. You know? You could make like an outrageous blunder in any situation, but this is like a common pattern for how an advantage gets blown when you're talking about like a really good player, you know, like a GM or somebody. Maybe GMs start to do this less, but I think sometimes when you've miscalibrated what your advantage should be, and sometimes you know you've got this like big advantage that's nearly winning around plus 1, but you think it's completely winning. So you're rejecting endgames where you're up a pawn and you're looking for something better. And then you get tired and frustrated. And then you can like totally blow it. There is a way to practice that evaluation skill deliberately. Absolutely, Alex. There are very few books or resources out there to do it. But you can do this training with or without a book, right? But the only book out there like that I know of is How to Evaluate Like a Grandmaster by Eugene Perelstein and Nate Solon. It's in the Dojo training program at one of the levels because we think it's a really good resource. But you could do the same thing. You could just take a set of positions. You could just play through some GM games, pick out some positions, try to evaluate them, and then either ask a strong player or ask a computer engine. It's best if you can talk with somebody to sort of discuss the evaluation because, as I said, like computer engine evaluations kind of change depending on the strength of the computer. So you'd have to sort of calibrate the computer and calibrate yourself to that computer engine. Like if I try to guess the evaluation using a modern computer, I'll be wrong because my evaluations, I have to compare them to an old computer engine, right? From 10 or 15 years ago. But especially if you can talk to a strong player and say, I think white's better, or I think black's better, or I think white's much better. Like even just something like that would be a very good exercise. Okay, Kratik giving you a second one. Critical Moment by Dorfman. So that'll do something seriously. Okay, Dabo, what's the tactic? Sorry. Black has played rook to b8. So I have the sort of little tactic bishop takes here, right? Hey, Matt. Okay, so in the game, rook b8 played. I wonder if the most crushing move isn't rook f7. It's the fanciest move. But it might also be the most crushing. All right, Matt. Focus on your game. Focus on your game. Do I think French is bad? No, the French defense is fine. So if rook f7, black can't take here because of mate. Black can't take here because of mate. Check. So black would have to play king here. Then maybe this move would be strong, huh? Ay, ay, ay. Now black can't take either rook without getting back rank mated. And so I'm preparing rook takes g7 next. It's pretty grisly. It's pretty grisly. That looks like a kill to me. Right? That matches my evaluation that white's up a full 2 points here. Yeah. It was logical that black played this rook b8 move. They said, I can't defend c6. You know, rook c8, bishop f7 doesn't help. Like, maybe I can keep the second rook from getting to b7 and lose 1 or 2 pawns, but stop the rook from getting to b7. So they challenged rook b7. I said that might be white's bigger threat than even rook c6, right? But rook f7 is so powerful here, right? King h8, double on the 7th rank anyway, and black can't take either rook anymore. It looks like white is plus 2 point something here. Yeah. Oh, quick question. Chat. Help me out. Is there anybody in chat right now who's in India? Anybody in chat right now who's in India? Yeah, melt like butter. I figured you were. So, we have just figured out, or somebody, I didn't figure it out, somebody, I think Jack, has just figured out how we can set the dojo training program to cost a different amount for somebody coming to the site from India. And my question is, how does the cost of living in India compare? Like, what kind of a price would make sense in India for the training program? Hopefully not viral stigma. I don't know what to say. I mean, there is that saying that no good deed or whatever goes unpunished, but hopefully not. And if they really, really need to, then hopefully they just really needed to. So the idea here is that, we've priced the training program in a way which we think is very accessible for people in the US. And that might not be accessible for people in some other countries. And if we can figure out how to set different prices for some countries, that would be a nice thing to do. So a median salary around 350. And so you're translating that to US dollars, Veramonster. You've converted rupees to bucks. People all over the world love free stuff. We're not gonna sell our product completely for free. We've got, Twitch and YouTube and all kinds of stuff we do for free. But we've also been working on ChessDojo for almost 5 years, and we're not making a living wage yet. So, No, that's cool, Veramonster. I just wanted to confirm that I had that right. So like 29,000 rupees, like $350. Yeah, it's something around 90 to 1, I think. So you know, like the use case we have in mind is somebody in India who's like really pumped about the chess dojo, but for whom the US price is going to be sort of, crazy. So $350 a month. I would guess the median salary in the US might be 10 times that much. Might be more like 3,000 a month than 300 a month. Stamen, you think it's about 3x? I looked on one like website that was saying cost of living is something like the ratio you're saying. Something like 70-30, 70% less. But the salary thing might be a better thing to compare to than the cost of living number, honestly. Because if like lots of people in India are earning a tenth as much as in the US, then removing 30% or 40% or whatever is still not going to be right. That said, like disposable income in the US can be kind of misled by the salary thing because it's largely big salaries in big cities where rent is sort of wiping people out. Okay, theocratic. World Rapid and Blitz, no vest for the jury, is the World Rapid and Blitz Championships that just happened in New York in the last week. Yeah, we can definitely do that, meld like butter, but that involves a lot of administration. We already have a thing that we set up where people can donate money and then people can apply for free membership and we match up people who apply for free membership with people who've donated as a way for, somebody who's got plenty of money to cover somebody else's tuition, so to speak, or create the scholarship, right? But it all becomes like administrative and like hard for, it's just people don't even know it's there. You see what I mean? Like we already have it, but people don't even know it's there. So and so a similar thing I've thought of is having people basically have to submit, 4 annotated games, or like Novest is saying, win a dojo tournament, get a free month, that kind of thing. So I've thought of doing those things as well, but we also have this ability apparently to use a very powerful tool of just setting a different price for the whole country. So why not also use that if we can? So median income, $350 per month, but most people online will be in top 5%, more like 1 lakh rupee. And then take medium income and compare to cost of living to get disposable income. That's a good point, Viral Stigma. Instead of just looking at income or just looking at cost of living, I could actually use both. Yeah. I see your chat, Matt Chess. But I don't see any moves in this game. Are you white in this game? Watching us talk about your own game? I see you as having 4 minutes left on the clock. Right. We could also have a system like Alex says where you get credit for reviewing games with lower players. Okay, perfect, Matt. Perfect. If what you're saying, Dabo, is that the U.S. economy slash government slash political and economic system is a scam, yes. Yes. We can leave it at that. And I'm afraid that Matt Rosen might be disconnected because this is a massive think here in a favorable position, getting extremely low on time. I mean, it is like, I did introduce this position as saying this is where, people sometimes hesitate between too many different good choices and get low on time if the variations they're calculating don't match their expectations for how big their advantage should be. But definitely, this is not a practical use of time by Matt to get this low. You have to cut yourself off at some point and play the best variation you see. So I am concerned that there's some issue with chess.com. Let's check one of our other games and see if they're working. Rook b1, queen a3. And ticking away. Uh-oh. I hope it's not like a full-on outage on chess.com. That would be unfortunate. Oh, Dabo's saying it's specifically regulations that drive up the costs and prices of things. Interesting. But Viral Stigma says it may be interesting, but it's very incorrect. It's a lack of an office more than a new office, Stamen. The price of food in Canada has only gone up 33% in the last 5 years, Viral Stigma. It's more than doubled here. Oh, 33% more than here. Oh. Okay, so you got some very specific stats. You know what you're talking about. And there's just no moves coming in. Ay, ay, ay. There's not much more to say about this. We found how strong Rook F7 was. Of course, Bishop F7 is good. Rook B8, Rook C6. Like, anything white could play is at least +1. But Stamen, you see moves? Try refreshing chess.com. It's not showing anything when I refresh. Just buzzing out. Houses in Canada are more expensive than in the US? What? Oh, God. It was just chess.com was frozen for me, not for the players. Well, at least they didn't flag they got to play. I just didn't get to see it. Okay, so white went for basically simplest option, right? You clean up a pawn, you trade off a rook, and white saying this pawn's really weak. They can come back here or here next to keep putting pressure on black. Rook d8, rook a6, and gets the a pawn. Clean. Now a weird maneuver here from the rook. Wow. Houses in Canada are 60% more expensive? Oh, that's awful. I don't know what this rook maneuver is, folks. I would have gone back to the 7th rank. You know, it's kind of like going back to the well. But okay, pushing a past pawn is a good idea here for white. Very good idea. White sets up the move rook b6 check. The move rook b6 check was already very effective here. One of the more famous tactics for rook and pawn endings, I think. Everyone should know this tactic. Rook b6. That's more or less the #1 rook endgame tactic I would teach, pattern that I would show. Okay, so c5. Rook gets away. Comes here. Okay, rook b6 still works here. Quite nicely. We've maybe finally caught up with the live game position. So viral stigma, I mean, just based on what you're telling me, I would guess that you've got a very low home ownership percentage in Canada right now, or you've got some kind of a crisis with that. Like, very high percentage of renters, very low percentage of owners. Melt Like Butter thinks maybe white's just trying to get the second pass pawn going, which is possible, because you can also play c6, right? And if they take it, you queen. And if they don't take it, you just keep moving it. That would make sense. King b5 has just been played. The second most famous tactic in rook and pawn endings is to go check here and then block like that, defended by the king. But if white doesn't play rook b6 check here, I don't think they're going to do it on the next move. Strange technique. White's just not calculating the final little calculations here, right? For queening a pawn. Check. I mean, at some point, you'd think one of these pawns would accidentally queen, but they could also accidentally be hung somehow, maybe. So black is right to hang around and hope. Yeah, white doesn't see how to make progress. I mean, if you see no way to make progress, you could take a pawn, but, you know, white has to be able to calculate things like, You know, the c7 can't be done because of this. a8 can't be done because of this. So, you know, you have to find some way to queen a pawn. God, it's kind of weird that white got sort of stuck. I mean, you could go here, 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 and then your rook's controlling the queening square. That could do it. Let's see what the idea is with rook b7. Maybe to start moving the king back to here or something. Could also move the king up now that the rook is defending this pawn over here. f5. Wow, I'm learning today that I did not know much about Canada, modern Canada. Amazing. All right, the king moves forward for white. That seems like a good step. Probably could queen the pawn after c7. You have to calculate rook d6 check. Seems not too crazy or complicated. Should be doable. Matt's got time. What's the WEF viral stigma? You don't mean they're trying to convince Canadians to take up cricket as a sport? They're trying to get Canadians to eat crickets as their food? There goes the C pawn. All right. Matt's pawns are making it. As in they're going to eat insects, Stamen. They ran ads to convince you. Crickets are a sustainable protein. Yeah. Okay. They're delicious. And delicious. There's a brand of protein bar that's 50% crickets. Cool. Well, you know, the world changes. Everyone becomes old at some point and has to go, like, what's going on with these new modern ideas? But for all you know, crickets will be just completely normal at some point for everybody.
My close college friends raise crickets in their basement to eat. So it's not a new idea.
15 years ago.
Probably more like 15, but yeah.
They were growing crickets in their basement?
That's correct. Yeah.
Instead of weed.
And then they were trying to like make it into food and try to figure out how people would eat it. Just as a fun project.
Oh, but potentially a startup for them if they figured out how to do it.
They're artists. They're not
just artists. Okay.
They're artists hippies. No way.
My partner says 15 years ago in college, they had friends who were raising crickets in the basements, trying to come up with cricket recipes. Not totally new, but still a bit cutting edge. Check. King moves away. King comes up. All right. White's got a pleasant choice. Check to the miserable king. The Socialist Party of U.S. Would I like it if my children became professional chess players? No. I would rather they not become professional chess players. I would like them to have chess as a hobby, which they're also not into. So, but beyond that, melt like butter, yes, it's their life, it's their decision, you know? So, as long as they find stuff they're into, that's great. Right? As long as they find stuff that's interesting and cool to them in life, great, you know? So I wouldn't be too upset if they became professional chess players, nor too pumped if they became casual players. No, I'd be pretty pumped if they were casual players, because I could go to tournaments with them. I have to admit, I'd be pretty pumped. But, you know, if they came up with something else they were really into, that would be cool with me too. Then I would get into that, you know? Okay, we got a resignation here. Viral Stigma says, if we take our Democrats and multiply their left-leaning by 50, you have the current Canadian government. But 50 times 0 is still 0, Viral Stigma. So you can multiply the Democrats by any number you want. You won't get anything left-leaning. Okay, let's look for a new game. See, what game should we click on next? That looks good. This one looks pretty far along. Why can't I see this game here of Steve Nash? Chess.com's being funky again. There's some games I'm allowed to click on and some I'm not. And if I refresh, I bet you it'll just spin its bar for 5 minutes. Yeah. Wouldn't it be amazing if, like with the old live chess, the new play chess allowed you to observe games? Cool. That's a good one. And then this one here was also a good one. Now it won't let me click on the third one from before. All right, so this is going to be a bishop takes c6 Sicilian. Bishop b5, bishop takes c6. Black is down a full 2 tempi because they went bishop g4, and after h3 they retreated. And normally, you know, white will play h3 at some point, even without the bishop on g4, just to start taking away light squares from that bishop. Good night, Alex. It was fun sharing the night with you in a different way. And see you next week, probably. Alex plays almost every week, and today Alex watched for once. All right, so my understanding, which is just an incipient thing, I'm just starting to look at bishop b5 Sicilian for the first time in my life, is that this a3 b4 plan might be interesting here. Yeah, e5 did blunt the bishop, but I think statement is because black's not sure what else to do with this knight. Black's worried that if the knight comes to f6, that white can play e5. Although, I mean, it's not necessarily bad. To my first look, Black could do this against rook e1, castle against c4, play knight c7 to e6. Maybe it'd be fine to play knight f6. But this e5 is like a very common plan. I've seen it many times, and then Black's going to maneuver this knight very, very slowly to e6 is the dream. And sort of it could plop on d4 or f4. Basically, this pawn blocks the bishop, but for white to make any progress, they need some kind of a pawn break, and this pawn is stopping the pawn breaks, or is ready for the pawn breaks. So it's a very, very normal structure for Black to play e5 in these positions. Even though you're absolutely right that it blunts the g7 bishop, for sure. White's got 2 full extra tempi. That should somehow be bad news for Black. It does encourage you to play even more aggressively for White when you know you've got more tempi, right? So, yeah, I guess a3, b4 looks right to me. Yeah, honestly, it's the only thing I see now. Now that I know about it, it's the only thing I see. So I recall there were other plans. There's a plan. Okay, here's another plan, folks, that I thought of. This is like a fancy thing. A4, A5. Like, what's that about? Then you go bishop E3, queen E7, knight A4. Is this position open enough for tempi to influence the game? Not at the moment, Oinist. So it would require the position to open at some point, right? Which is why I can't think of anything other than A3, B4. You know? Opening the position would be favorable for white at the moment. The tempi can influence the game if white, plays towards opening the position. But at the moment, there's nothing punishing or aggressive you can do as white, other than playing for some positional advantages with the idea that if the game opens, it's favorable for you for now, so it's hard for Black to oppose what you want to do. Let me put it this. Let me explain that with something more concrete than that general idea. If I play A3, normally you'd think, oh, white wants to play B4. I can oppose that with queen E7, right? Prevent white's plan. But I'm going to play B4 as white anyway now. Why? Well, because I have these tempi, so I don't believe that you can open the game like that. You see what I mean? Then I go queen D2, defending the knight, and next move I play bishop A3 and maybe rook F to B1. Etc. Right? There's also this idea of like knight a4, knight b6 sometimes going after the rook because of the open file. So basically, I can play for a positional advantage with the idea that because I have some time, I can spend time building my positional advantage, and you might not be able to oppose my plans because you're not prepared to actually open the position. So you can't. You see what I mean? Like, I could play various like moves or pawn breaks on the theory that you can't take an implicit pawn sack or you can't take a certain trade, etc. And I can use that to try and push my positional advantage faster. Whereas normally, I might have to play like rook b1 in a position like this, right? Or at least, maybe queen d2, preparing by defending the knight to maybe then play a pawn sack. So in that case, a3, you could play queen a7 for Black and sort of slow white down, and then maybe even a5 and really slow white down, etc. But But here, I'm just going to play b4 now. So in a sense, I can push my positional plans even faster than normal because I know that I already have a time advantage and that my opponent can't fight me or oppose me in certain ways. Bishop d2 played by white after a considerable think. Sometimes that's just coordinating the pieces. Sometimes it defends the knight for a specific purpose to do some things like a3, b4, or a4, a5, or knight a4. So we'll see. Also, if the knight's on b1, sometimes it's to go bishop c3 and attack this pawn with knight d2 or knight a3 to c4. Here, obviously, bishop c3 doesn't seem like a big thing. Yeah, I think white could definitely have tried bishop e3 as a normal move. Queen e7, queen d2, as Viral Stigma says. And you have the option of bishop h6, but you also just develop these pieces quickly, and you can look at some versions of knight a4 or other. Or knight h2, f4 with knight g4. So, yeah, it's a common way to develop here for white. I don't really know which of these different ideas are better when yet. I'm just scratching the surface of knowing what some of the ideas are. But I really like a3, b4 here, given that black has played bishop g4, c8. I've got 2 extra tempi. That's encouraging me to play the plan that opens the game the fastest of the plans that I know. You know, something else white could have maybe tried bishop e3, queen here, boom, poke it, b6, and then like a3, b4 here. But I'd say that's not as obviously good. The bishop's not amazing on a6, but it more or less stops the b4 move. Makes it pointless. And, you know, we just spent a lot of tempi as white trying to set up some kind of b4 idea. Okay, so to the game, bishop d2. At another game, open that was interesting, which was this one here. Queen trade offered. That's less interesting. I was thinking that maybe black's king was slightly loose, but it's also not easy to get through these pawns. So I thought it'd be an interesting situation in that regard. But it looks like we're getting some trades from white saying black's center is so strong I need to get some pieces out of the way. What else could white do here? Maybe nothing really tremendous. Yeah, Magnus has played a lot of those Rosolimos with d takes c6, and he's the best player of the black side of that line. To my mind, his games are the model games for playing that. You know, there's several Caruana Carlsen games from when they were number 1 and 2 in the world that are just the apex of that line, I think. They may also be number 1 and number 2 right now, Eigen, yeah. I was kind of thinking a few years back when, you know, Fabi was number 2 by maybe 30 to 40 points ahead of number 3. And now I feel like there's a little bit of like a bunching at number 2. He probably is technically number 2 right now in the world, because I think Aragaisi fell down to number 4. So, yeah, Caruana is number 2 in the world right now technically, but to me, 2803, 2802, 2801, Caruana, Nakamura, Aragaisi it's basically like they're tied, you know? But there was a time where he was, you know, even... Okay, at one point, he even got within, like, one game of Magnus in rating, right? When they played their World Championship match. If he'd won a single game in that match, he would have become number 1 in the world. So they were kind of grouped as number 1 and 2, and then there was a gap to number 3. Now some people have caught up with Caruana, and you could definitely say that Magnus is not at his peak, and Caruana is doing very, very well. But I don't know if he's playing quite as well as at his very best. If he's playing a little bit worse, it's not by much. It's not by much. Okay, so white just got the minor pieces bullied by these pawns. Didn't see a way to pry at the king. You know, an exciting move would be like f4 and knight takes g6, but I personally can't make those moves work. So like knight takes g6, the idea is takes, you get 2 pawns, and black still hasn't developed, and you keep fighting, and maybe it's interesting. But I think... I was thinking maybe bishop f5, but there's knight e7, yeah. Here, 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 here. And white wins? Wow, wacky. Okay, so black would have to take it. And then just try and develop from there. I mean, white shouldn't quite have enough for a piece for 2 pawns here. So... then there's this move f4, which is implying sacking a piece against d4, probably. Right? But, you know, fe5 activating this rook would be a big deal. You got to get the rooks involved if you want to do something here. Black could play e4, not controversial, and just keep things closed. Or black could go for the win, like this. Hard to believe, right? Very hard to believe we could sack a piece like this from white's side. I mean, yeah, I just completely don't believe it. Okay, so okay, Viral Stigma says maybe queen e2, looking for knight g6, queen h5. Yeah, that's like the right kind of thing to be looking for. And then, yeah, I mean, it's d4, knight g6, maybe king g6 to keep the queen out yourself. Probably black's winning. White has like no attacking pieces. Yeah, I think you're right again, Viral. So white opted for trades, and so we get an endgame where black's got a nice little positional advantage, but white just, you know, says, hey, I live to play a longer game, right? Make black put a lot more good moves together if they want to win the game. Yeah, that was a good theme to point out. It was cool how it could almost make something out of nothing. Because if the white queen gets to h5, that's enough to get the bishop to h6, and then you've got an attack. Okay, let's see where our other game was developing here. So we got bishop d2, queen d6, queen e2, knight f6. So I have yet to see the point of bishop d2, and if white doesn't push anything, then these tempi bishop g4, bishop c8 are going to matter less and less a few moves down the road. Yeah, I'm still kind of curious like what white is up to, but I'm starting to think they're just clearing the back rank with these moves, but there's no impact, right? White's not playing for any positional anything, right? Pressure or whatever it might be. I don't feel any juice or any sauce. Yeah, eventually black's got a nice amount of space and a bishop pair. So sit doing nothing. Yeah, black will eventually have an amazing position if you let them castle and bring this knight to e6. Castles, knight e8, knight c7, knight e6, and black could be amazing, which is kind of weird when you see that black played bishop g4, bishop c8, but, you know, bishop d2, queen e2, if these moves don't do anything, then it's fine. And we see a lot more time on black's clock than white's here. You know, all signs point to black maybe being a little bit more comfortable. With what they're doing. Even though they must have noticed that they played bishop c8, bishop g4 to c8, you know, must have been like, what am I doing at some point? But now they're feeling pretty comfortable. Knight h2 to play f4 is one of the most common plans in this structure for sure. Might still be worth doing. I mean, it avoids black getting the knight to e6. At least. But yeah, I feel like white didn't have an idea with bishop d2, queen e2, and so the time for an advantage for white is actually evaporated here. I'd consider knight d1, knight e3 as well, just saying, oops, I developed my knight to the wrong square when I went to c3. Should have just gone to d2 to begin with. Dabo suggests interesting move, bishop f4. Idea pawn takes e5. Oof. Let's say black plays knight d7 though. Then I think we just retreat the bishop again somewhere. Okay. So another move behind the closed lines. I mean, does this imply white could ever play d4? I think they're a long way from playing it. Have to be some sick tactical thing I don't see. Maybe something like this bishop f4 move. If takes here. And if knight d7 to somehow play d4 then. But now black could take and just run with the queen. That is a cool line, Dabo, yeah. Yeah. Ah, black's castled. Well, the Rosolimo requires really having some ideas and plans, I think, viral stigma. Again, I'm not like an expert to speak on this, maybe. But my sense is that there are some openings where there's a more narrow set of variations and you could have more specific moves prepared. And in the Rosolimo, there's too many different move orders and options. So you couldn't... It would be very hard, I think, to prepare it move by move. You would have to really know a bunch of ideas. That's my first impression of it. So yeah, you'd have to put in a kind of work, or just have like really good positional skill, right? To sort of come up with logical plans and know when to play fast and when to play slow and all the other stuff that, that makes chess so hard. Let me grab my my reinforcements to keep me going. I'm not used to staying up late anymore.
Even though I completely cleared it, was a complete mess. Shocking.
You want me to put it away?
Yeah, I want to keep the counters clear because then I can wipe them off.
Okay.
It's the purpose of putting things away.
I can do that.
Thank you. What are those cookies? The Grand Bakery ones?
Yeah, I haven't been catching them because they seem to be very popular.
You want to split one with me? There's only one left, right?
I don't know.
There's at the top.
Looks like there's two.
Okay. I'm pretty much packed David minus our stuff
Nice.
for tomorrow. But dog is the remaining question.
Right, yeah, that's a big question.
Big question. Much easier not to bring the dog. I kind of forgot about the dog until just, earlier. Is that something you think you've called my mom or text her? Stephanie says we can bring her if we bring a crate. It's just, she might bark, she might wake up. Daniel, she's much harder than normally to try to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty late to ask.
Well, I did text her.
Yeah, you texted me during my show, yes. Okay, did White do something more here? Not yet. Cheers, everybody. Two B3 in the Sicilian. Yeah, that looks like a playable move. That should be fun. That should be fun, Viral Stigma. 2b3 against the Sicilian. We could put that on the board here. b3. And then you kind of put the bishop on, what looks like a pretty good square. And play the game from there. Right, when you want to just avoid theory. I mean, they're like perfectly fine moves, I think, like b3. That just never caught on, but I don't know that there's anything wrong with them, actually. I think there is some scope still to find a lot of fresh ideas in normal chess. So yeah, I think some interesting stuff could still be played in normal chess, even though I'm a proponent of Fischer Random. People used to be afraid of black equalizing easily, but now they found that all the major defenses do equalize. So if you just play something unusual and idea-based, it's a reasonable try. Right, Viral? I mean, you just get yourself a game. You don't have an advantage. Unless there's a very specific line with G6 with not a lot of options for white. Here comes that knight. Headed towards E6. And yeah, white just doing nothing. Let's have a quick look at our endgame from before. How is white done as far as trying to provide resistance? We've got this rook needs to get out. This knight needs to get out. There's bishop h3, so we have to do it in the right order. Nice. Black pushing really hard and fast, but if white takes, it looks very, very bad for white. Right here, here, and here. Looks very, very bad. So white had to play knight b1, keep turtling. Knight d2. Here I would have thought maybe like rook here or knight here. It's time to unwind these pieces a little bit. I think black's preparing to play d4 as well as b4. Increase the pressure, put more pawns on dark squares, more scope for this bishop. Oh, it's definitely a really tough moment for white. Maybe rook fd1 would slightly discourage black from pushing. They could probably still push if they wanted to, though. Thing is, if you trade, this knight's amazing here, isn't it? You've got weak squares like this. It feels really scary to me. Can we just hold the tension forever? Eventually not. Our knights are, on bad squares. If this one goes to e1 and this one can't come out because of this. Huh. Knight d2. Okay, I suppose that makes sense. Wait, what if I just try and fix this knight against d4? I guess I take. Go like here. Is this at all playable? Ay. Yeah, Jacob, I've got a lot of books. That is true. Fair number of those shelves are like 2 books deep. They've got a row of books behind a row of books. The little like French livres de poche, which are were so hard to find and acquire in the US when I was young that I've held on to all of them. Pretty much.
Book hoarder, now you all know.
Yeah. Speaking of books, folks, I went into a bookstore yesterday and my partner, thank you, found the chess section. There were only 5 books on chess in the bookstore. But one of those 5 books was My Life and Games by Mikhail Tal, used for a very reasonable price. What are the odds? They've only got 5 books, but they've got, arguably the greatest book of all time. Crazy. So I took it. You already know that from looking behind me. You know I took it. Did I need it? No. I just figured like at some point I'd meet like a local chess player who hadn't read it, and I would be able to give it to them.
Wait,
So
don't you have it already?
no, I don't have a copy of it currently. I gave my copy away already to a student in the past.
The one that ended up there.
The one thing is, my chess collection is not hoarded compared to my novels because I gave away most of my chess books to my students. I would have taken 2 copies if they had 2, yes. That's true. But I would have passed them on. I mean, that store had such a paucity of chess books, nobody was going to find it there anyway, you know? Nobody was going to come along and be like, oh, let me check out the chess books here, because the store basically doesn't have any. No one was ever going to find it. Now I found it, and I can give it to somebody. Knight d4. This move is so annoying that black plays it even over, you know, pushing the protected passed pawn, right? Going all right, P. Morphy. How about you? We've got a pair of interesting games I'm toggling between here. White under major pressure in this one. Black's got the beautiful pawn center, limiting white's knights, and then a pretty good long-range bishop as another advantage. This h-pawn is not going to be as good as a more central pawn. I don't know if everybody here is aware, but rook pawns are less good than all the other pawns. Except, you know, in certain cases, like when they're a passed pawn and your opponent has a knight or whatever, you know. But in general, a rook pawn is just worth less than an average pawn. It's worth about 0.6 in my math. So white having one more rook pawn compared to black having these center pawns, which are worth about 1.2 each. You know, white's in really rough shape. Black offers a single rook trade. Interesting. I was thinking that black would want to minority attack here maybe, or improve the bishop and rook a little bit more. I'm a little surprised black goes for a trade, honestly. That was not in my instinct here. OTB tournament this weekend. Right on. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it for all of us. Rook's pawn. Yeah, Luca. So sometimes these are called rook's pawns, the pawns that are on files that have rooks at the start. These are often called knight's pawns, these 4 here that I'm highlighting in red. And then these are often called the bishop's pawns. And these are generally called the center pawns, but you could also call these the queen pawns and these the king pawns to follow the pattern, right, of rook's pawns and knight's pawns and so forth. But often when people are just talking strategy, they'll talk about center pawns or central pawns because those are nice. Yasser called a rook pawn 0.8. It's worth only half a pawn. Your opponent spends a tempi, which is a third of a pawn, to grab it if they want it. That's funny math. I approve of doing funny math with chess. I know that some of my thoughts about chess appear to be funny math to other people. The thing about the rook pawn is it attacks half as many squares as all the other pawns, right? For anyone wondering why we're dissing these pawns. The first reason is they attack 1 square, whereas other pawns attack 2 squares. That's like a big deal. That's a big drop-off in value. You got to take that seriously. Like, we're chuckling a little bit, but truly these pawns attack half as many squares as most other pawns, which is like a major drop in value. And then again, in the opening and middle game, the central squares are almost always worth more than other squares. So in addition to not attacking as many squares, it attacks less valuable squares than these 4 pawns do at the start of the game. So these guys are really, really miserable. But as I said, there are some scenarios in certain endgames where outside pawns become useful. So that's why I actually value them at 0.6 instead of 0.5 or 0.4. If chess didn't have endgames, if it only had openings and middle games, honestly, they might rank somewhere around 0.4 to 0.5. They're really bad, and your opponent doesn't have to waste their tempi capturing it if it's a position where tempi matter. To speak to Yasser's calculation. But there's some endgames where having like an outside passer is pretty nice, and there's also the fact that you can recapture pieces and turn your rook pawn into a real pawn, into a full pawn at some point. And I don't know, I've sort of mathed my way somewhat instinctually to 0.6, but they're definitely like very bad compared to pawns. You have to think that the average value of a pawn is about 1, since that's the currency in chess. They say a pawn is worth 1, but which pawn? You know, so I think these ones are about 1.2, these ones are about 1.1, these ones are about average 1, and these ones are about 0.6. Doesn't even come out quite right, does it? So a couple more hundredths of a pawn for these ones. Anyway. Let's catch up with where we are. White makes a rook trade, and soldiers on. Soldiers on. It's actually a problem for white that all these pawns are on dark squares, because it makes these light squares so weak. You know, like you can't even bring your king out because bishop a6, and you get forced into this little corner, and there's even like mating nets with a knight on f3, bishop on h3, or things. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. I guess I might play h4 at any point where I'm not facing a threat. Here maybe black's got rook c7 to c2 as a threat, but I can't go rook c1 because of knight e2. So I might as well just play h4 if I can't do anything about it. And by the way, chat, we've got DM Liam looking for an opponent in the under 1600 arena. So if there's anybody under 1600 who was thinking of maybe getting a game, DM Liam is looking for that. Maybe that'll push you to join the under 1600 arena and challenge them. Reminder that you can join these arenas at any time and play a game whenever you like. I'm guessing by Stigma that white traded the light squared bishop for a knight on g6 at some point, trying to fight for the center, and then black played hg, promoting the h-pawn. Right, so f6 comes. We're about to lose control of e5 as white. We lose control of e5. Oh, bad move. Trying to maybe weaken the black king. But yeah, I think this move is the source of white's, maybe one of the major sources of white's problems this game, Viral Stigma, right? Is the moment where we surrendered our light squared bishop and promoted black's h-pawn, right? What does Pinocchio say? I'm a real boy. This pawn could say, I'm a real pawn. I'm a real pawn now. And since then, we've seen white, you know, just defending as toughly as they can. Yeah, you're welcome, of course, DM. I hope you get a game. I'm not going to pressure anyone, but I'm happy to announce it for you. All right, bishop e6. Nice clean move from the bishop. Defends the pawn, defends the rook, defends the square. Oh yeah, but now if we play h4, trades, and we still have an h-pawn, it's just even more isolated and weak. Eventually, black can go king g6 and even rook h7 and pressure that pawn, so... Well, DM Liam, do you know that I have a bunch of other songs on my own, on my like David Pruess YouTube channel? They're not as good as Welcome to the Dojo. But I do have others, and I am working on more right now. just very, very, very slowly. There are some that are about chess and some that are not about chess, depending on what you prefer. Be warned or aware or whatever. But it makes me very happy that you like Welcome to the Dojo. Thank you for saying that. You could look for a song called, well, I don't know if you're more into chess or not chess, but if you're into chess, there's a song called Chess Nation. There's another called Vishy Anand. They're probably both on my channel. If you're into not chess, I published 3 or 4 not chess songs last year. Yeah, my other songs are not catchy. It's an important distinction. And there we go. Black takes the C file. It is mine. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to get into it again yet, Viral Stigma, but I will be playing it at some point when I get some time. So, like, my first priority is, you know, feeding the family, by which I don't mean earning money. I mean, you know, cooking food and stuff. My second priority is ChessDojo. And my third priority, if I felt good about where the first 2 are at, would be to publish these 2 songs that are like so close to done. That would be my third priority right now if I could get to it. And after that, you know, maybe playing a game. Like Go. Oh, and I left out, like, my other priorities are, you know, sleeping enough and going to the gym. That's where a lot of my time has gone these last couple months since we came back from France. Yeah, Steve Nash is suffering, but that's part of chess, you know. There's no shame or harm in suffering. You just got to do it. You got to be good at suffering. Jesse's good at suffering. You got to make your opponent play, you know, 80 good moves instead of 30. White's given nothing up so far, you know, so they're doing good. Knocked down a pawn. Rook hasn't gotten in yet. It's awkward. It's suffering, but still livable. Maybe here you could still go for h4. Oh, no. I was thinking like this move, but there's check. Yeah, I was thinking that statement that maybe black's preparing knight c2 and we should somehow get ready for it. But I don't really know how to get ready for anything here as white. I'm having a hard time moving. I feel like we almost just need to sit. Yeah, Jacob, I mean, it's maybe the difference between like being 800 and 1300 or something like that, right? Like you can have fun improving at all kinds of things, even if you don't become a professional by any by any wild stretch, right? If you enjoy something, have a go. I believe I'm 43, Luca Panaka. Yeah. I'm not proud of that, Jacob, but I, don't need to take it down either. I think white needs to do something terrible, like just rook a1 or rook b1, something like that. Just to sit. Just to sit on what you've got. Or maybe move this knight so you could defend your second rank. Could this be genius to come back here again? Then knight c2, go here. This knight's definitely struggling to find its purpose in life. And this knight f3 move is really bad because you can take and push d4. Right? And now suddenly white's just like, uh-oh, what am I doing? Black's got a2 hanging, bishop d5, rook c2, everything coming at once with tempo. So even though you trade like your worst piece for their best piece with knight f3, you straight up lose. Oh, that just happened. Knight f3, knight takes f3. Ay, ay, ay. d4 played. Yikes. Yikes. That's a heavy blow. I don't know what I would play next after d4. Oof. Sometimes when playing or watching a game like this, you think of that song about trying so hard and in the end it didn't matter. You put up such a tough defense and then it's like every move you could ever play loses. Ugh. I agree with you, Stamen. Like, preventing rook c2 was probably the top priority. That's right, Jacob. Lincoln Park. Who, by the way, Mike Shinoda from that band is a very, very legit rapper. So, what was I saying? Knight b1 as an attempted defense. Knight c2, rook here. And if takes, you take here. And you soldier on. This pawn might even allow you to bring the knight back out at some point. My fear with knight b1 was that maybe the knight would never emerge again. Cool. Any time in my life that I've gone to see live music, pretty much any time, I've thought it was worthwhile. Afterwards, I've been like, that was a good choice. Archetype Mad. I'm sorry to hear you weren't able to do anything. I hope you are still able to do something and find it useful or good. Me too, me too. My favorite chess player. Oh my god, I love so many chess players. The knight anchors these pawns against the rook. I guess you probably mean as a chess player versus as a person. Like, I've got so many friends who are chess players who I know personally and are good friends. But I guess like as a chess player, my favorite is maybe Kasparov. I also really like Tal and Polugaevsky and Alyechin and Carlsen. Those are some more favorite chess players. Yeah, black just grabs a pawn. There's no checkmate or whatever, so just grab a pawn. It looks fine. It weakens this pawn to take the pawn that was next to it, right? So now this is a weak, isolated pawn. Very reasonable. Could black have tried to do something tactically to white's king? I personally didn't see it. Like, if you go g4, king e4. Now, I don't know. It's not so easy to finish this king off. And I also thought about rook c2. Should be fine as well. But, yeah, in the end, why not just take the pawn? And against king e4 or something, you have time to go here or here and just keep the king at bay. You can always go here because white's not preventing it, really. As I say that, maybe white plays rook e2. No, king e2. So now against check, the king would come here, and the rook might get evicted. Although there is bishop b1. Hang on. Let me just put this on the board for folks. This is kind of a weird pattern. Does white have any way to deal with bishop b1 here? This is my idea against knight c3, is to use double check and then hope I can save the piece's next move. I definitely would have made fun of that argument. Yes, Dabo. I may have even tried to troll Jesse a little bit by saying that Smyslov was #1 on my list of the greatest players of all time, and then saying some version of psych. Actually, if you go with longevity, you would have an argument, right? Then it would be kind of, if your #1 value were longevity, then it would be kind of Smyslov, Lasker, and Korchnoi maybe would be kind of really top contenders for that. Now again, Steinitz was top towards the end of his life. Philidor was top towards the end of his life, but the further back you go, the less competition there was. So it was more possible for some really old dude to still be the best. And then as you get into more competitive eras, you know, when Smyslov was getting into the candidates tournament as a 64-year-old, I think, you know, like he's competing against professionals, honed athletes in their 20s. So, I mean, you know, I suppose you could build an argument for him based on that, Dabo, yeah. That he was like had the greatest period being a top player within a competitive era, right? So you could say that his longevity is more impressive than Lasker or Steinitz because of the change in era. And that, yeah. The current position after King E2 is Bishop to B3 has been played. And now Black's improving the king. Well, Korchnoi kept playing a little bit longer than Smyslov, but Smyslov was like top 10, top 20 pretty late. I don't know if Korchnoi was quite as high rated at that point. I think Korchnoi and Smyslov, I think that it's a little bit of a close call. It's close enough that I don't know which of them was higher ranked in their 50s, 60s, etc. So I think, yeah, I think it's close between the two of them. Anand is definitely past 50 a couple years ago, so he's probably something like, well, I think I know this. Kasparov was born in 63, Anand in 69, so he must be 55 years old and will turn 56 this year. There are some people who don't know how old they are or how old their parents are. I know how old Anand is. Well, Archetype Mad, Anand very rarely plays classical tournaments anymore. When he's played in the last 2 years, it was almost always like 2 to 3 games in the Bundesliga or something like that. It wasn't a full 9-round tournament. So only playing 2 or 3 games in a row, yes, he played at a 2,700 plus level. But would he be able to sustain that for 2 weeks in a row? That's kind of the real question at his age. You know, if I only have to play 1 or 2 games, I might be able to play, you know, only 50 points worse than 20 years ago or 15 years ago. But if you make me play 10 games in a row, maybe I'll drop off by like 100 points instead of 50, you know? Okay, so we get the H-pawn. You see, at some point, this move was going to come up, so white makes this H4 move, even though the pawn is super weak there. Black goes after it. It's very uncomfortable here. Very uncomfortable. Also winning for black is rook check. King here, rook here. Just attacking this. The rook's undefended, so the knight can't move, plus the knight can't move because of the pawn. So you do something like this, trade, 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 trade. You know, you've got a protected passer. You just saunter in with your king. So black's completely winning by any means imaginable or conceivable. Anand is going to play an interesting tournament, Archetype Mad. If you want to know how good Anand is currently, we're actually going to get a chance to see it in February probably, because he's going to play the first event on the new Freestyle Chess Tour. And I believe the format for that tournament is a rapid tournament for the first 2 days where you play 9 rounds of rapid chess just to determine mainly like the seedings for the knockout phase. Although this year I think they've got 10 players and only 8 of them go for the knockout. So 2 people will get knocked out. The bottom 2 will get knocked out of the rapid tournament. But hopefully if he gets through that, you'll then get to see him play classical chess in a 2-game knockout match format against against other top 10 players. That will give you a sense of where Anand's level is now, that tournament potentially. Because if he does well, you'll see him have to play many games in a row, and we'll see if he drops off or if he's still got it all. I know it's in February. I'm sure I have it open somewhere here in a window, honestly. Let's just like look to this tab. Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Weissenhaus schedule, play-ins, Grand Slam, February 7th through 17. The qualifications start tomorrow. I literally had it in another tab in the window I was already screen capturing. Rook e7, defending the pawn. Okay, but black has not put white away nor forced the trade of everything. So the knight can get off the back rank now, and the game goes on. Oops. Come on, Steve Nash. You can do it. I mean, it seems impossible, but, you know, you stayed alive. You never know. Oh, sorry, the other game we were watching. Let's see what the knight's now on d4, folks, right? Knight a4 was played, b6 defending it. More shuffling of the rooks on the first and second ranks. Black says, nope, never trading this knight for this knight, because this knight coming to d4 or f4 is how black develops their game, how black pushes forward. Right? Black needs to recapture on d4 with the pawn or something. Take more space. Oh, yeah. Here I think like bishop e6 and connecting the rooks is most logical. Knight f3, queen f3. Okay, so I'm just making sure there's not knight f3, gf3 getting blundered. The queen's on it. If there's nothing tactical, which I don't think there is, then yeah, it just makes sense to keep developing these pieces. You could also play queen c7 if you want to just get off the file of this rook. Very kind of you, DM. Yeah, in the other game, Black's got a lot of time on their clock because they've had like an easy, comfortable positional advantage. For so long, White couldn't do anything. When your opponent can't make any threats, you don't have to double check, you don't have to fear and recalculate, etc. A whole bunch. But this move Black should have thought on more. Black just spent a minute on this, and you know the knight's out of the bag here. White's got rook h1 check. Or knight e4 is interesting too. So Black should have thought on that king h4 move more, I think. Having let the white pieces out. You know, if you found in this position here, if you found rook c2, rook c1, then yes, you could play the whole game with an hour on your clock and never calculate anymore, honestly. But now you let the knight out, you have to calculate stuff, right? There's rook Rook h1, it forces the king here. If this knight were defended, rook h3 would win the game for white, maybe. There's, knight e4 and taking here. White also has the move knight e4 here, taking away these squares. And the idea is to take on f6 with check when the king comes here. Against f5, white would have knight d6, threatening knight f5 as well as the e-pawn. Black's advantage has crumbled there. So it's become suddenly messy. Sorry, I just laughed when I realized that DM is the first person to ever say to say that about me. That's just funny, DM. First person to ever say that phrase. Oh, white's got in mind that maybe after e4, maybe knight c5 could pick up a pawn. Is that what white's thinking? Are you a beat maker? Knight d3. So what should black do? They can't take. So the logical move is pushing. Let's follow this line further. If check, the king comes up and collects this pawn. So it would be like bishop d5 defending the pawn, right? And then I don't see the follow-up for white. What else does white have in mind here? Knight here, this wins. There is a non-PG line about Jesse, yes. In one of the songs. Most of my stuff is pretty PG. There's an occasional sneaky reference or something like that. No F-bombs. Oh, you're a musician. Super, super. I love music. I don't know if you can tell, but I love it. What's happening here? We've got to move from Think Lazy. It was e4, knight c5, bishop d5. Yeah, now Nash's clock is running down because where can the knight go from here? Maybe rook g1 to cut off the black king. Yes! Good practical try at this phase in the game, I think. And I would recommend for black the technique of rook c7, kicking the knight while white doesn't have pressure on e4. I think it's a very important, precise move. The interplay as the pieces fight for control of good squares to be on. There's a very large part of me that wants to maybe have like a phase in my life where I focus on music a little bit later on. E3 followed by bishop c4. I assume white would go king here against e2. Against e3. Then maybe you want to keep pushing. Or bishop c4 first. Sure. Bishop c4 first, getting control of these squares to then put pawns on dark squares. That makes sense, blobiciously. Yeah. That definitely makes sense. We can keep the king from attacking our pawns this way. Even against this, we can check, push him back, you know, come here, and black's still got the control of light squares and dark squares between the pawns and the bishops. And pawns and the bishop, sorry, but you see what I mean. Black's keeping the right shape to all these pieces. But yeah, the e3 line should probably also work here, right? Somehow. Maybe something like king here. If rook takes, you've got this move in mind. And if king d4, you know, maybe king f2 or something. There's knight d3. Yeah. Generally, it's like very risky technique to let the king get in contact with the pawns like this, right? Where he can sort of fight against them a little bit. But you always have to calculate these moves and see if they just work. You know, if you queen a pawn, then you go for it, right? If you don't queen a pawn, then this kind of technique where you take away squares and then, you know, take the dark squares with the pawns, that's like more typical technique if your advantage is not completely overwhelming, running loose, etc. You just get home from work, Francois? And Think Lazy's credit, they're stopping and thinking hard at this phase of the game instead of relying on Steve Nash to flag or for the game to just fall into their lap somehow. They're now putting in some effort on what they want to play here. Francois, if you don't mind my asking, at the hospital, do you speak English or French or both? Is it a bilingual workplace? Steve Nash just keeping the game alive, avoiding flagging, 30-second increment. That's the most you can do. Very good. F5, keeping this pawn from supporting and joining these. Because king h5 was not like making progress. So he just needs to say, okay, my opponent doesn't yet see a way to knock me out. Get f5 in. Okay, cool. Rook e5. This is a reasonably nice looking move from Mr. Think Lazy or Madam Think Lazy. The rook eyes, you know, an undefended pawn and knight. So there's some real potential there. Okay. Hey, student. Welcome. As you can see, we're towards the end of this end game. Black's got 2 extra pawns. Rook e1, preventing rook f5 with knight e4. And bishop c4 with knight e4. Yeah, tenacious defense from white so far. Hey, Luis. Do you still play chess? And are you still in Berkeley? So rook f5 should still be winning, Viral Stigma says, because of rook f2 at the end. Guess king here, probably. San Diego, nice. I was just there a week ago. In fact, a week ago now I was driving back from San Diego. So I was in San Diego 8 days ago, or 7.5 days ago. Last Friday I couldn't do commentary on the Friday Night Fights tournament because I was driving. But San Diego was really nice weather, notably at this time of year. That's cool. There's a chess club there in San Diego, right? Is that still active? Hey, Honest Doubter. Oh, is that right, Anshul? You can't find the Chess Dojo club there, huh? Okay, what happened in the game was king g5 here. Okay. Sort of trying not to give white anything. Makes sense too, right? If you could come over and then, I don't know, go back around and get the third pawn going. Yeah, why not? Check to the pretty happy king. Oh, maybe there's some kind of weird knight d7 idea here. Now I'm afraid that I forget how I said it and I'll say it wrong the second time, Anshul. Well, no, I mean, I'd like to help you with your problem, but Steve Nash has a couple seconds on the clock. We got to keep our eyes on this game. So king f5, I'm thinking maybe white wants to do like knight d7. Go after this pawn somehow. Here, you can try to bother him like this. Ultimately, white loses, though. You know, it's just too many pawns here, and they're strong. And yeah, and Viral Stigma is saying black has so many pawns, you can let white take on e5 and still win. You can also throw in this move. You know, black's allowed to use tactics too. Check. If the king goes here, that's game. So you push the king back like this. Yeah. You know what? It's funny you should say that, Anshul. We just discovered today that we can change how the dojo training program can be purchased from India. So we haven't done that yet, but we just figured we just found out some things that we can try and set it so that it's easier for people from India to register for the training program. And we can set a different price and different currency and stuff like that. So okay, so let's see what's happening. Knight d7 was Steve Nash's idea, yeah. So now black has to decide, do we save the rook? Do we try and defend the f-pawn? Or do we go for something aggressive, like maybe a rook sack? Goes for the check. I think that's a good move. Fair enough, Viral Stigma. You got to enjoy yourself, If you're playing chess, you ought to enjoy yourself. There comes the resignation. Just as I was going to say to Viral Stigma, I personally approve completely of White having not resigned the game throughout and up to this point. I feel like White put up a very tough defense with many, many chances, high percentage chance of the opponent not successfully converting or winning the game. So yeah, that's what we're also just starting to try and calculate, Anshul, is like, what should we set the price at, right? So if the training program is $120 for the year in the US, we're trying to think, what should the price be when we can set it to have a different price for India? Should it be $40 for a year or $50 for a year or what? This is just hot off the presses. I just heard about this a little bit earlier today and was asking people in chat to give me some info about, median income in India, what they feel like prices are like, etc. So we don't have any specific connections in India to spread the brand, but I think Viral Stigma, we have, probably some number of Indians who watch our streams and our videos, and who probably haven't registered for the training program because the price is high. So yeah, we don't have like a marketing campaign in India or anything fancy like that. But if we could set the price lower, there probably, would be some people who would take advantage of it. Okay, how did this game develop? Let's go back to knight f3. Bishop e6, we predicted that move. And now c4 from white. Okay, so just trying to lock everything except that you're bad on the d file. Oh no, it might not be that simple. Maybe white wants to trade when they already have the space from the c pawn. Oh yeah. Oh la la, c4. Viral Stigma, I don't know if Anand is an amateur rapper like me. I have never seen him rap. Okay. And Domain Exception had the same thought. Said, okay, white's getting ready to trade on d4, where when I take back with a pawn, the c pawn won't be backwards on c2. He might be very good at it, Viral Stigma, for all we know, yeah. We have no data. So black then trades off and goes aggressive on the king side. But now it's very time dependent, because black doesn't just have automatic positional dominance. It's a matter of this knight getting back and how this skirmish goes, who gets the e-file. Controversial trades, yeah. I would do that to try and make things more controversial myself if I were white. Black's maybe threatening f4, winning a piece. So white makes way for the bishop. And that's got us caught up. I should rap battle him like an 8 Mile. First of all, in 8 Mile, they were making that stuff up as they said it. And everything I do, I write in advance. If I try to like rap battle, it would just be like rhyming time and rhyme 6 times in a row. I've tried a few times alone at home, and cannot do it at all. Also, I don't have anything nasty to say about. I was gonna say about anybody. No, that's not true. About Anand, I don't feel like a great need to say a bunch of nasty things about him. So I don't know that rap battling would ever be my format. I did once write Viral Stigma, an epic rap battle of history between Magnus and Hikaru. Unfortunately, I never recorded it and I lost it, and I don't remember it enough. So that I think is lost to history. It's the lost epic rap battles of history. Rook f6. And then the other rook over to g8. Yeah, that makes sense, Anshul. For black, with the open g file and the imposing pawns here and the knight on a4, black wants to do something fairly rapid here. They want to really play some aggressive moves here. It's not a simple positional advantage anymore. It's dynamic. They want to go. They've got a lot of good options, but they're not just going to win automatically. They're actually going to have to, play pretty energetically now. So rook f6 definitely seems like a top option. Yeah, I've watched many videos of Harry Mack, and actually, DM, I think that he's a pretty good teacher. There were a couple of videos in which he was like giving people exercises and people. He didn't have like a student in the room with him. He was teaching to like a general audience. And I know that's not the main thing he does. He mainly like does amazing stuff that leaves everyone going, huh, how? But I actually thought he's a very good natural teacher. Very, very good. So, yeah, it was good advice. But, I guess not only am I not naturally inclined to it or naturally good at it, I also am not as interested in developing that skill. You see, I'm more interested in improving my writing than in being able to come up with something half as stupid really fast. You know what I mean? As like what I could come up with now really fast. Yeah. Also, another cool thing about Harry Mack is he was very good and he worked hard to get even better. He wasn't complacent about being good. Like us with like our chess improvement programs, he like analyzed, like figured out what were his weaknesses and worked on them. Okay, Viral Stigma saying maybe just play f4, kicking the bishop, opening up this bishop, and white just has no space there. Once you play f4, this knight can go camp on e4, though. So you got to be really sure when you do it. I mean, you definitely can, because you've got the light squared bishop. You're allowed to put your pawns on the dark squares and get them blockaded like that. But normally here, you'd want to get your rooks. You'd want to improve your rooks, would be the first priority in this position for anybody who can improve them. Because the rooks could use the most improvement. I don't know how to say that any more clearly or strongly. It's like, look at this rook on a8. Now imagine it on g6. That's the biggest improvement that really any one piece on the board could make. Does that make sense? Oh, Francois says if we don't play f4, white maybe hits with b4 and gets some counterplay, mixes things up. That's interesting, right? So that would be like against king h8 or rook f6, which are the two most obvious ones, right? King h8 or rook f6 are the most obvious moves, and against either one, maybe white messes things up, like Francois says. b4. You know, if you take, white's playing c5. If you don't take, white's taking. Yeah, suddenly these pieces are sort of alive. And now if you go bishop f4, it's, you know, white can already trade. That's really good alertness, Francois. Do you guys see that? See, if you're playing like a quick game here, if I'm playing a rapid game, I just play like rook f6 or king h8, one or the other very quickly without too much more ado, and walk right into this. But in a classical game, you're supposed to be able to think about things and notice and notice this kind of a move, yeah? So like king h8, b4, takes, c5. Now if we take, bishop c5, you know, hits the rook and the pawn. So, you know, I mean, there's no obvious advice for black, right? White's sort of in the game. In the game, interesting move from black, queen c7. Maybe removing the queen from this here is to be able to play b4 takes, c5, b5. What do you think, Francois? Is it a chance that black foresaw this? I would say yes. They spent 11 minutes, and otherwise queen c7 is a slightly odd move. They might want to play e4 at some point, viral stigma, yeah, getting off the rook. And then this bishop comes into play. But maybe they saw this b4 move and they're stepping out of the way of it, so they can take. I think that's fairly likely, actually. An honest doubter. Obviously, I can stand a lot more rap than just Immortal Technique, but yeah, he's one of the greatest. I really like his work. The first ones I got into were like Dance with the Devil and You Never Know, you know, kind of like epic story songs. DM Liam is referring to the song Chess Nation, which is done actually to an Immortal Technique beat, which tells you how much Immortal Technique I was listening to back then. It's done to Harlem Streets. And yes, I was an English major. Oh, that's awesome. You met him? Super cool. He seems like a very real person who lives what he says and what he believes. I saw him live once at like a relatively big venue. Or for me a big venue. I mean, I was just in a crowd. And I don't know Tech 9's work archetype. So I don't know the answer to that question. If you're interested, archetype, the rapper I've listened to a lot the last year is Decca. I think he would count as a great independent rapper. I think he produces his own work. Can I post some links? Maybe I can. Here's some songs. This was somebody in Twitch who asked for links. So I assume that people on YouTube will know how to search YouTube. So. All right, Queen C7. Rook E2. Rook A8, a central strategy. Black's not rushing to the G file. Feels almost like the bishop's going to drop back here again, and he's just going to keep both of these pawns hanging over White's head. Oof. All right, how would we fight back for White? B4 stuff doesn't seem to work without the queen here. Hey, Gowry, thank you so much for the raid. Very kind of you. Let's give a shout out. Folks, here's a link so you could follow Gowry's stream if you like. For those just joining, this is Friday Night Fights, which is something that happens every Wednesday. And we have our users playing classical chess against each other. Or our viewers, ChessDojo people, playing classical games against each other. So this game here was a 90-30. White's used an hour and 20 minutes maybe. Black about 40-50 minutes so far. Now that I will check out, Francois. That'll be interesting. Sometimes you find, crossing cultural lines is always interesting. So I'd love to check out something different. I'm not related to Dr. Zeus, no. A3, looking for B4. So that kind of tells us what we were just thinking, right? With the queen off of C7, these B4 pawn sacks just don't work. So Black's playing A3, preparing this. White's playing A3, preparing this. Black's got to prepare for how they're going to deal with it. You could play e4 with the idea of de4, bishop c4. Very concrete, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Oh, and Anshul is screaming for the same thing, e4. Canon à neige. Oops. I didn't mess anything up. All right, I got it open for after the show, Francois. Thank you very much. I once randomly stumbled upon an Australian rap that was super, super good. And I'd never heard a single Australian rap song before. You know, for someone from the US, the accent's very different and interesting. But it was super cool. It was like a story rap from like 3 different perspectives. You know, they tell it from one perspective, and then another person in the same scene, and then a third person. It was just darn good. Okay, domain exception has moved already, and it was e4 in less than a minute. That is very fast to play such a critical move. I mean, of course, pawn takes e4, bishop takes, attacks some things, does not look good for white, but there's also queen here or queen here. When do we ever need to move this fast? I guess it's just good. If white goes somewhere, you're planning to take, and then take. E4 must be killer, huh? But again, it's like 90% chance that it's killer, but why would you ever move this fast? There's no need. There's no reason for it. Queen f4, let's say. Pawn takes here, queen takes. Queen takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes. And now against here, you can trade off. Bishop e5, check. And the game, okay, I think black just wins. But again, somebody would have to calculate something to go for it. Yeah, I found it, Francois. Oh, man. I think this move's a real cruncher. Which means these moves black played, queen c7 and rook e8, might have been super good. My partner cut my hair with scissors, Sleepy. Oh, and here too, I guess, yeah. Okay, this I did myself with great effort and much whining. E4. Oh, it just hurts. It just hurts. It's true. You could also play f takes e4 viral stigma, sure. If you want to. Perfectly good move. You're saying queen e4, bishop h3. Yeah. That's perfectly good for black. I was thinking that bishop takes c4 was basically winning the game. That's why I played that move. It attacks the rook. So if you let me take the rook, I'll win because I took the rook. If you move the rook, I'll win because I'll take this pawn and then put the bishop here. Right? Something like that. Maybe this. So, is fe4 better than this? Or are they both winning? Black's move here, and now they're thinking. That's a funny backstory, Francois. So Francois is saying there were two Quebecois who were in Paris, and they were watching a documentary on French rap around the world. And the documentary showed like a representative band from Quebec that was so bad that they laughed and then decided to start their own group. They decided they could be even way worse. Not like, hey, those guys are so bad, we could do better than that. We could do even worse than that. Oh, yeah. Right on. Right on. A new kind of braggadocio. We could be even worse than that. Way worse than that. You guys are hardly even trying to be bad. Bishop c4 was the choice. I would say that this is about to be a massacre. I think White's basically losing an exchange between these threats. Oof. So, yeah, White kind of set themselves up a little bit with a3, huh? Nothing really to do at this point as White once you're losing material like this. I mean, I think you probably take the pawn just so that Black's king will be a little bit more open. You give an exchange and you just keep trucking along. I mean, I don't resign even here. But, yeah. Rook ED2 is the choice. So here I think like FE and then bishop B3 is good. Maybe then there's rook D7. Maybe I should stick with my positional idea first of FE4, bishop D3. Yeah. But it's a little bit academic. It's so crushing. Let's just check this line. So I played queen G4. And then my original idea was here, but then I said, oh, maybe we could go here to win material. Then what if this move comes in? Right, now we've got a question. We could try and get clever. But it would be very not clever. So yeah, we should not allow that. So we should play bishop d3 in this case. But okay, it's completely good, this move. It's only a pawn. You can keep playing. When I lived in France last year, I managed to go to one live show, music, and it was in Tours. I went to see Chill Bump, if anyone here knows them. And it just sort of like so happened or lined up that it was their first show in a couple of years. I also did my first show. I did an open mic for the first and only time so far in my life while I was there. Scott Storch produced a song. So they're a joke, but a damn good one. And Anshul suggests F4. Yeah, 4 might be a move here too, Anshul. You would definitely want to plan this move here pretty carefully. Rook D7. Takes, I guess. If here you've got a very good resource, like this, right? I was living in Normandy on the coast. So that would be bad, but maybe after fe3, white can hold on with rook takes queen. For example, rook takes queen, pawn takes. I don't really know who's winning here. Maybe black with this move, huh? And then if you go for counterplay, black does this instead of taking the knight. That I had not initially reckoned with. But it looks winning. The bishop covers the checkmates and the perpetuals. I agree, Viral Stigma. On principle, in a position like this as black, if I consider f4, rook d7, or fe4, bishop d3, I mean, yes, my instinct is to do something like this and just laugh at white, you know, and just zero risk. But, you know, there's an argument for just putting in some effort, calculating a little bit, and putting an opponent away if you really have a real win, right, Viral? Just make sure, you know, work hard for 5 minutes instead of work a little bit lazily for 20, 30 minutes as the win slowly gets harder. So, but again, it depends. Like, there's a chance that you blunder if you go f4, right? So you'd have to have a certain level of confidence in your calculation. I guess stronger players are more likely to trust their calculation and make the effort to just calculate a knockout and be done with it. But if we repeat this calculation real quick, f4, I mean, taking rook f4 is pretty pointless. Rook d7 is the only move to be concerned with. Takes here anyway. If the queen moves, then takes. There's nothing special here. Rook g7, queen g7. Queen g3 takes. Yeah, I mean, really the only thing to do, I think, is take the queen, here, here. This would be like the kind of thing that black could miss, that could ruin it, right? And then the knight escapes and stops e2. However, black wins with rook g8 at the end, don't they? If king here, then takes. And if king here, look at this. I mean, you almost want to just call it lucky, but is there 92 by any chance? Okay, that's not an instant win for black. It's not a knockout yet. It'd be amazing if you could like check, because knight's pinned, king here, and then get the knight here, right? But you can't. By my standards, I played a lot of OTB while I was in France, Sleepy Sounds. You should know that I averaged less than one tournament a year over the last 10 years. While I was in France for 1 year, I played 2 tournaments, and I played in the French national team or national league or whatever. And I probably played somewhere around 6 matches, so another 6 rated games. So I played something like 25-ish rated games in a year. A lot more than me. Do I think one-on-one coaching will ever not be the meta? I think one-on-one coaching is perfectly good, but lots of other stuff is good too. There's a lot more resources now. Lots of different ways to get good. Okay. Anshul saying f4, rook d7, take the bishop, rook c7, rook f3, gf3, e2 immediately. Okay, let me try that. So that would be here, e2, rook e1, and then are you just going to take the file? Very simple. And against knight c3, you can always just trade it and end it. And after rook d8, there's really nothing left, nothing else left to do for white. No way to stop this, nowhere to go, no way to defend the rook. So white would have to do something else with the rook, maybe, but it doesn't look like anything's going to change this. So that looks like a very nice variation, Anshul. I think you got it. I think that's winning for black. With e2. A clean, cold kill. Domain exception, still thinking, by the way, folks. Doing a real classical chess calculation on this move. One-on-one coaching is cost inefficient compared to lots of other options out there now. That said, if somebody has infinite money, one-on-one coaching is helpful and will be a boost, you know? So for those who have infinite money, it's still a good option. Oh, and also for somebody who's been doing a lot of work but is stalled or has hit a plateau, a single lesson with a good teacher could be quite worth it if you can get someone who is willing to sort of diagnose you, so to speak, right? Somebody who will try to tell you what the issue is. Whew. I mean, to me, that calculation with F4 was fairly long and fraught. So I do feel like FE4, Bishop D3 felt safer. Yeah, FIDE moved everyone under 2,000 40% of the way closer to 2,000. So if you were rated 1,000, they boosted you to 1,400. If you were rated like 1,500, they boosted you to 40% of the way. So if you're 1,500, they would have boosted you to 1,700. Viral says, even if F4 works, you also have to calculate here, 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 where white's down a piece, but there's counterplay. Oh yeah, I see your point. There could be a rook g7 check, queen c3 check, queen takes c4. There's also queen g4. There's also just the king being open. There's also knight c5. The FE4 line is just so safe in the end, yeah. Why did FIDE do that? Because ratings had been deflating actually on Shul. So many new players had joined FIDE with low ratings, then used internet tools to get good really fast, and then they were rated, like 1,000 but 1,600 level. And if you've got thousands of those kind of players, sorry, not thousands, if you've got tens of thousands of those players, then when they go from 1,000 to 1,600, they suck hundreds of points out of everybody else's ratings, and ultimately then there are 1,500 rated players who are sucking points from the 1,800s, etc. And so the whole rating system was coming down a bit. And it had reached the top. Like if you looked at the top 20 players, they were on average like 30 to 35 points lower rated than they had been just 5 or 6 years ago. So they tried to counter it, but the way they tried to counter it made absolutely no sense. I'll say that. So the why that they tried to increase some ratings was to counter deflation. Why they did it the way they did it, I can only guess what kind of drugs they were on and how many people were involved in coming up with their plan. What would be another solution, Knightley Saleh, instead of what they did? So, I mean, for one thing, what they did essentially abolished all the ratings around 1,000, 1,200, etc., right? So now those ratings just don't even exist, right? They compressed their rating thing. Super weird. There's a million other solutions, right? They could have done a one-time infusion of 30 rating points to every player in the world instead of the weird thing they did. That would be fairly blunt and yet not as stupid as what they did. They could have also, they could have done nothing and let ratings deflate. But there's also something that the U.S. Chess Federation came up with 20 years ago, which is to assign bonus points when somebody increases their rating or has a rating performance that's too good compared to their rating by a certain amount. So basically the idea is if somebody's performing 500 points above their rating, you give them more points than what you take away from their opponents. Thus, they don't drain the rating pool. The USCF came up with that 20 years ago, and they're not like super geniuses or anything, right? They came up with that 20 years ago because they had more Scholastic members than adult members. They had something like 50,000 adult members and 100,000 Scholastic members. And so Scholastic members are like famous for getting starting ratings around 500 or whatever. And then if they study for a bit, they can easily get to like a 1,200 level or so, right? and going from 500 to 1200, they're sucking so many points out of the system. But what they would say is if your performance rating is more than, I don't know, 300 or 400 points higher than your actual rating, they would engage bonus points. So you might gain like 20 points normally and your opponents lose 20 points, but then they would add like 50 points to your rating because they see that you're having this like crazy result. And that allows your rating to catch up with your performances much faster without having to drain 1 point out of every other person for every point you gain. And that worked for the USCF. So A, somebody thought of that 20 years ago. B, they implemented. C, it worked. And then you get FIDE, with no idea. All right. Anshul tells us the pawn was taken, queen g4, and I would expect close the door. What do you mean you can buy a title for $300 to $400? That's super cheap. Who do you go to buy the title? Do you go to a FIDE official, or do you have to go through a bunch of tournament organizers and a bunch of fake tournaments? Where in your country would you go to buy a title for $300? Congrats on winning the tournaments in the States, Francois. I hate to boast, but did you know that one year I was the Quebec champion? Happy New Year, fried chicken. Exactly, Viral Stigma. There's also great solutions around fixing provisional ratings or making people provisional longer if they've played less. You can make them re-provisional if there's a gap in time. There's all kinds of solutions. So one time an American went to Quebec and won a tournament there. You guys may have come and won a lot of tournaments in the US, but what year would it have been? Maybe 2003? So your rating, so rating pool as a whole was low. Yeah, I understand. You often get areas where the rating pool is different than other places, and it can take a long time to adjust, truly. Got it, Anshul. So it would be, you'd have to go through the whole 3 tournaments playing against IMs who are poor. But I'm surprised that it would be $300 or $400 for you have to play 3 different 9-round tournaments, right? And you have to get multiple players throwing games to you in each tournament. Seems hard. You're only paying about $10 or $15 per game or something. That's really, really cheap to me. I'm surprised. Bishop e6, stopping rook d7. And I guess on queen e4, maybe coming here. White says, whatever, I've got nothing to lose. I'll take that pawn off the board, yeah. Yeah, bishop e6 is a shocker to me. I think this move was really, really clean and safe, right? Yeah, I think we're, all of us watching are on the same page. Bishop d3 was really healthy. Really healthy. Now it takes the pawn. Now it's on black to, what, take a pawn or go here? Just takes a simple pawn. 300 points. Oh my goodness. That's a gap. That's a huge gap they had to fix. Why take the pawn? I don't know, Anshul. I don't know. I thought the idea would be to go here, right? And take the rook, maybe? I appear to have lost the thread of the game, or Domain has, because it seemed like this is like safe. And if you're going for this, it's because you've calculated something like bishop b3, but instead just taking this rook pawn, which as you guys know today is worth less than a pawn. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't think there's any specific follow-up after white goes queen h4 and then brings the knight back towards the game. It's just, I mean, yes, you could say it's good for us, the spectators, because it's back to being a game, but yeah, we would have liked to see black deliver some precise blows. Right, viral stigma, right. Yeah. I don't know. Can't quite follow this choice. I mean, white still has a knight on a4, but black lacks pawn cover. Black's up a pawn. Perhaps black's like technically winning, but it's not by any margin that's easy to show for a human player in a game. Yeah, I thought so too, Francois. I thought the same. I thought that if black had played that bishop e6 move, it would have been to go bishop b3 then and take something. But it was just for this stupid pawn. And now back to e6, and, you know, the knight comes here. We have a game. We have a game, folks. Definitely have a game again. Which means I might be staying up some more hours past my bedtime. Let me grab some more reinforcement. I just avoided a blunder. Bishop f4. What? Wouldn't you want to bring the knight back into the game? Maybe they just heard that I was going to have to stay up hours past my bedtime and they sort of agreed to bring things to a close. But they didn't have to. I didn't complain about it. I was like, let's keep going. I was okay with it. And I even went in the other room and avoided a blunder myself, you know. Normally at this time, when I'm trying to, you know, stream towards midnight, 1 o'clock, whatever in the morning, I just go and grab like a chocolate cookie or something, you know, like perk me up with some sugar, some caffeine and stuff. And then at the last moment I said, instead of eating a cookie, I could just reheat some homemade soup. You know, some real wholesome, real food. So I avoided a blunder, and meanwhile they made a blunder. And that's an unfortunate way to end our night of fighting. Yeah, that's too bad. Here it's midnight for me on Shul. Yeah, and it's too bad, no vest, because it seems like you're kind of back in the game here if you just maybe start returning the knight towards the game. I don't see anything really, I don't know, specific of what's happening next. There may be some very specific moves and variations here, but my general feeling was that, you know, you've got some room for the pieces now, and yeah, I mean, black has the bishop pair, which is nice, but their king lacks pawn cover, so who knows what might happen, you know? Maybe knight c3 was too slow. I mean, you're not going to win the game with the knight on a4, so slow or not, knight c3 is kind of obliged at some point, no? It's like 1:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, the opposite side of the earth almost, you know. You can see the sun, I can't. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. We saw that because I watched most of the whole game. I guess you can always go back and watch the commentary if you like, but you know, around here I thought you should have a good position, and I think you're ahead in time because of bishop g4 to c8. Well, I mean, if I'm wrong about that, then I don't know how I got it wrong. It seems really obvious that you would be ahead in time. And so I thought a3, b4 would be the main plan. Default thing to do here. Get something going on the dark squares. Yeah, h3 is often played anyway by white to prevent bishop g4. So when your opponent went bishop g4, bishop c8, I think they're 2 full moves behind theory, which is a lot. So I would do sort of the most aggressive plan for white here, which I think is b4. Well, I guess the most aggressive would be b4, sacking the pawn, but that would be with your knight on b1, not on c3, where you're going to give back the 2 tempi. So a3, b4. And if you want to see more, you can see more. On the stream, I got to set up tomorrow's tournaments now. The Saturday Rapid tournaments. So more arenas. Call it Saturday Rapid under 1300. Switch the time control to Rapid. 4th at our standard time, 9:30. You believed your opponent that what they were doing was somehow legit, so you didn't have that confidence and that sense that you should be looking for something aggressive. That makes sense. That makes sense. A little bit of believe in the opponent. If you'd been more confident about h3 being like a typical useful move, then you could have just said, okay, they've clearly just lost their time. I'm pretty new to this, but I was convinced that they must have, that I've seen h3. I know I've seen h3. This guy's just, just giving you, just donated 2 Tempe. I was very convinced. So I wanted aggression, naturally. Okay, there's the 13 to 1700 section. Oops. And then we gotta make another one. $1,700 plus, same parameters, same time. And for this one, they have to have established their rating. And we're all set. All right, everybody. I hope you've had a good day or night. And, yeah, so what's coming up? Tomorrow there are viewer rapid tournaments. These are played at a 15+5 time control every Saturday at 9, pretty much every Saturday at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, aka 9.5 hours from now. 12:30 Eastern, 5:30 European. Maybe 10 or 11 p.m. in India. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, I am commenting this tournament, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam qualifier. The qualifier for Weissenhaus. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm commenting that on chess.com's channel. So twitch.tv/chess, I think. Probably. So look for that if you're interested. It's going to be a very exciting and strong event. So I'll say that. Very exciting and strong event. I'm looking forward to watching it. There's going to be a Swiss tournament on Monday, sort of an open tournament. And the top 4 players from that are going to join a bunch of super GMs on Tuesday and Wednesday to play a knockout match. So we're going to see players like Nepomniachtchi, Wei Yi, Magsudlu, etc. Really, really strong players. I think MVL is participating. So it'll be good. It'll be good. So that's what I'm doing next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, partly. And yeah, have a good weekend. For those of you who don't work on weekends.